there is something genuinely interesting in the human capacity to worry about things that have not happened, and the thinkers who have considered this question most carefully offer observations that are worth hearing slowly, in the quiet. Tonight, we will move through several philosophical lenses. We will begin with Edmund Husserl and William James, two thinkers who looked carefully at the structure of consciousness and the ceaseless forward motion of thought. From there, we will turn to Arthur Schopenhauer and Alfred Adler, who understood the deep orientation of human beings toward what comes next. Henri Bergson will offer us a way of thinking about time itself, about the way past and future blend into the present in ways we rarely notice. Baruch Spinoza and Michel de Montaigne will illuminate something about the emotional weight of imagined scenarios, about how the mind creates suffering and also comfort out of pure possibility. Existential philosophy will open the question of what it means to exist in a field of uncertainty, where the future genuinely has not yet been decided. And at the end, Taoist thought will offer not a solution, but a different way of holding all of this. These ideas will not be taught in the way of a lecture. They will be woven into the reflection, introduced when they are useful, and allowed to linger when they have something to offer. You do not need to remember names or dates. You only need to notice, quietly, whether any of this resonates. The room is quiet. The night is still. There is no urgency in any of this. Let the ideas arrive slowly, the way thoughts do in the hours before sleep. Gently, one at a time, without particular destination. Let us begin. There is a philosopher named Edmund Husserl who spent a great deal of his life studying consciousness itself, not what we think about, but the structure of thinking, the mechanics of how experience unfolds in time. And one of the things he noticed, something he described with great care, was that the mind almost never exists entirely in the present moment. Right now, as you lie in the quiet, there is the sensation of the room around you, the weight of whatever covers you. Perhaps a sound, distant, almost indistinct. And yet even in this moment, your mind is not simply here. It is reaching. It carries with it a kind of forward lean, an orientation toward what comes next, even when nothing particular is coming. Husserl called this forward reach pretension. It is the way consciousness anticipates the next moment, the next word in a sentence, the next beat of a melody. Before the thing has arrived, the mind has already prepared a small space for it. And this is not a flaw in the design. It is, in fact, what allows experience to cohere at all. Without this quiet forward movement, the world would arrive as pure, disconnected fragments, each moment isolated from the one that follows. So, in a very real sense, the mind that worries about tomorrow is doing something close to what it always does. It is reaching. It is anticipating. The only difference in the quiet hours of the night is that there is nothing immediate to reach toward. The present has grown still. And so, the reach extends further, out past tomorrow morning, into next week, into conversations that may or may not happen, into outcomes that remain genuinely uncertain. William James, writing in the late 19th century, described the mind as something like a stream, not a static thing, not a collection of separate thoughts lined up in order, but a continuous flowing movement. He used the phrase stream of consciousness, and what he meant by it was something subtle. He meant that thought does not arrive in discrete units. It flows. One idea merges into the next, and within that flow there is always a fringe, a kind of halo of meaning that surrounds each thought, connecting it to what came before and reaching toward what might come next. When you lie in the quiet and find your mind moving through possibilities, rehearsing conversations, picturing outcomes, revisiting the same question from slightly different angles, you are not experiencing a malfunction. You are experiencing the stream. You are feeling the natural forward motion of a mind that, by its very nature, does not stand still. Consciousness does not appear to itself chopped up in bits. It flows. A river or a stream are the metaphors by which it is most naturally described. William James, The Principles of Psychology, 1890. There is something genuinely worth sitting with in that image. The stream does not choose where to go in the way we might imagine. It moves along the contours of what is already there. And in the quiet hours, when the usual banks and obstacles of the day have cleared away, the stream finds its own path. It finds the open questions. It finds the unresolved situations. It finds the future, which is by definition the largest open space available. Think for a moment about the nature of the night itself. During the day, there is always something claiming attention. A sound, a task, a person, a screen. The mind is pulled outward, toward specific things, specific demands. The present imposes itself. But when the day ends, and the room grows quiet, and the claims on attention dissolve, the stream does not stop flowing. It simply finds new territory to move through. And the future is always there, always available, always unresolved enough to be interesting. Consider someone lying awake before a difficult meeting. They have been in difficult meetings before. They know, in some rational sense, that tomorrow's meeting will unfold in its own way, that whatever they rehearse tonight will not match exactly what actually happens. They know this, and yet the rehearsal continues. The mind cycles through likely responses to anticipated objections. It imagines the room, the faces, the moment when something is said that requires a careful answer. This is not irrationality. This is the forward-leaning mind doing exactly what it does. It is treating the future like a present experience that simply hasn't quite arrived yet. It is feeling its way through what is coming, the way the hand feels in the darkness for a wall that must be there somewhere. Husserl would say that this person's consciousness is structured this way at the most fundamental level. The mind does not merely observe the present. It holds the present within a kind of temporal arc, carrying the just past and reaching toward the just coming, so that experience has coherence and duration, rather than being simply a series of disconnected instants. But there is something else here, something that Husserl's framework opens up, but does not fully account for. The future this person is reaching toward is not near. It is not the next beat of a melody, the next word in a sentence. It is hours away. And yet the mind treats it with a similar kind of reaching. It extends the same mechanism that usually operates in fractions of seconds across the much longer span of an unslept night. There is a particular quality to the mind in those hours, a kind of heightened activity that feels paradoxical given how quiet everything else has become. The body has stilled, the breath has slowed, the room is dark, but the interior landscape has become, if anything, more vivid. Scenarios play out with a clarity and emotional weight they often lack during the busyness of the day. This makes a certain kind of sense when you consider what James said about the stream. During the day, the stream is constantly diverted, interrupted, redirected. It flows around the rocks and obstacles of immediate experience. At night, the rocks are gone. The stream finds its own depth. And the depth, it turns out, is often the places where resolution has not yet arrived. You may want to sit with that idea for a moment. The depth of the stream, in the quiet, is found in unresolved things. The mind moves naturally toward them. Not because something is wrong, but because this is where the current flows when the distractions of the day are removed. There is also something in this about the nature of attention itself. Attention, James understood, is not a passive thing. It is active. It selects. And in the absence of external claims on attention, it selects according to what seems most pressing, most unfinished, most in need of some form of processing. The mind moves toward what it has not yet worked through, the way water moves toward the lowest point it can find. So when you find yourself, in the quiet hours, thinking through a situation that has not yet resolved itself, perhaps something at work, perhaps a relationship, perhaps a decision that keeps returning without settling, you are witnessing both Husserl and James in their most practical form. You are watching a consciousness that extends beyond the present, that flows continuously, that gravitates toward the open and unresolved. This does not mean the thinking will solve anything tonight. It very often won't. The resolution, if it comes, tends to come later, in some moment of the following day, when the situation itself offers new information. The rehearsal tonight is not preparation in any efficient sense. It is something more like the mind's way of keeping company with what matters. And perhaps that is worth knowing. The forward-reaching mind is not only a source of tension, it is also a sign of engagement, of care, of the fact that something in your life is important enough that the mind will not simply let it rest while you do. That is, in its own way, a kind of faithfulness. William James also had something interesting to say about the relationship between thought and the body. He observed that thought is never purely mental in the way we sometimes imagine it to be. Every movement of the mind has its correlate in the body. A tightening somewhere, a slight shift in breathing, a change in the quality of stillness. When you lie in the dark and the mind begins to move through an anticipated difficulty, the body knows. It registers the movement of thought in ways that are physical, that have weight and texture, even when the source of that weight is entirely imagined. This is not a new observation. James was drawing on and extending a tradition of thinking about the relationship between mind and body that goes back a long way. But his particular framing, the stream of consciousness moving through the body as much as through the intellect, has a particular relevance here. The heaviness that comes with nighttime anticipation is not only a mental experience, it is a bodily one. And the body does not know the difference between an imagined threat and an actual one, at least not in the immediate reactive sense. It responds to both. This is why rest can feel so elusive during periods of genuine uncertainty. The body is receiving continuous reports from the stream of consciousness, and those reports concern things that require attention. The body prepares, slightly, for the challenges it has been told to expect. The musculature holds a low-level readiness. The breath stays slightly shallower than it would if the mind were unoccupied. The weight of the blanket that should be comforting carries in some moments a hint of confinement instead. Husserl, if asked about this relationship between the bodily experience of anticipation and the structure of consciousness, would probably have pointed to what he called the lived body. The body as experienced from the inside, rather than the body as observed from the outside. The lived body is not a machine that runs on its own while the mind thinks. It is continuous with the mind's experience. When the mind reaches forward into anticipated futures, the lived body follows. They move together. This makes the experience of nighttime anticipation more coherent than it sometimes seems. It is not strange that the body feels what the mind is thinking. It is the natural consequence of being a unified being, in which body and mind are not truly separate. The separation is a conceptual convenience, not an experiential reality. In experience, they are one thing, moving together through the night. There is something almost quietly reassuring in that, once it has had time to settle. The bodily weight of anticipation is not a sign that the mind is malfunctioning. It is a sign of integration, of a being that takes its own thinking seriously enough to respond to it with the full weight of its physical presence. The body is paying attention too. It is part of the same reaching. James also wrote, with characteristic care, about the way the mind attends to some things and not others. Attention, he argued, is fundamentally selective. There is always more available to consciousness than consciousness can hold at once, and the mind must constantly choose what to bring forward and what to let recede. During the day, this selection is largely driven by external demands. Things impose themselves on attention. But in the quiet hours, when the external impositions have lifted, the selection becomes more internal. The mind chooses, or finds itself choosing, what to attend to. And it reliably, in many people, chooses the unresolved, the open questions, the approaching uncertainties. This is not a pathology of attention. It is attention doing its most ancient work, locating the things that are genuinely uncertain and genuinely consequential, and staying with them until some form of resolution appears. The difficulty is simply that true resolution often cannot appear in the night, because resolution depends on information and events that have not yet occurred, and so attention stays faithfully with what it has found, waiting for a resolution that the night cannot provide. There is a patient quality in this, even when it does not feel patient. Even when the returning thought feels like agitation or restlessness, there is underneath it something that resembles care. The mind stays with what matters to it. It does not leave easily. It keeps returning, the way a person keeps returning to the bedside of someone they love who is ill, not because the returning changes anything, but because leaving entirely would be its own kind of abandonment. The room is quiet. Let that idea rest for a moment. Arthur Schopenhauer was a German philosopher of the 19th century, and he was, in many ways, one of the least comforting thinkers who ever lived. He had little patience for optimism, and his vision of human nature was a stark one. But within that starkness, there is something genuinely illuminating, something that, once heard, explains a great deal about why the mind, in the quiet hours, does what it does. Schopenhauer understood human beings as fundamentally driven by what he called the will. Not will in the sense of choice or determination, but something more primal. An undirected, ceaseless striving that underlies all of human activity. This striving is not aimed at any particular thing. It is the striving itself that is fundamental. We want, we reach, we anticipate, and when we achieve what we wanted, the satisfaction is brief, and the wanting resumes, usually toward something else, or toward the same thing again, slightly transformed. This is not a flattering picture, but it is a recognizable one. You may notice, in the quiet of the night, that the mind does not simply worry about one thing and then settle once it has considered that thing adequately. It moves from one concern to another, from one imagined scenario to the next, as though the goal is not resolution, but motion itself. The mind seems to need something to turn over, to examine, to anticipate. This quality of ceaseless orientation toward what is next, what Schopenhauer would recognize as the expression of will in consciousness, is worth examining without judgment. It is not a problem to be fixed. It is, on this account, something close to the basic character of conscious life. When you picture yourself in the night, moving through possible futures, you are doing what Schopenhauer's framework would predict. The will, manifesting in consciousness, reaches toward something not yet arrived. It finds the future, which is perpetually not yet arrived, and it occupies itself there. This is not anxiety in the clinical sense. It is something older than that, a structural feature of a consciousness that is always oriented toward what comes next. We are like a man running downhill who cannot keep on his legs unless he runs on, and will inevitably fall if he stops. Arthur Schopenhauer, The World as Will and Representation. That image, a man running downhill who must keep moving to stay upright, is worth holding for a moment. It describes a kind of momentum that exists beneath deliberate thought. The mind is not always choosing to anticipate. In many cases, anticipation is simply what a moving mind does when the present offers it insufficient resistance. The future is always less defined, less crowded, more available. And so the momentum of consciousness carries forward into it. Alfred Adler, writing in the early 20th century, approached this differently, but arrived at a related observation. Adler was a psychologist and a philosopher of sorts, and he was interested in the way human beings orient themselves not by what has happened in the past, but by what they expect, hope for, or fear in the future. He called this teleological orientation, from the Greek word telos, meaning end or goal. For Adler, you cannot understand a person's behavior by looking only at their history. You must understand what they are reaching toward, what future they are imagining, what outcome they are preparing themselves for. The human mind, on Adler's account, is fundamentally future-oriented. We are pulled forward by our anticipations as much as we are pushed by our histories. This offers a slightly different angle on the nighttime mind. When you find yourself working through possible scenarios in the quiet hours, you are, in Adler's terms, orienting yourself toward a future you have not yet fully defined. The imagined conversations, the rehearsed responses, the pictured outcomes, these are all acts of forward orientation. They are the mind trying to find its footing in a future that is real in terms of its emotional weight, even though it is not yet real in terms of its facts. There is something quietly important in that distinction. Real in emotional weight, but not yet real in facts. When you imagine a difficult conversation going badly, the discomfort you feel is not imaginary. The tension in the body, the slight quickening of thought, the low weight that settles somewhere in the chest. These are real responses. They are happening now, in the body that is lying quietly in a dark room. And yet the thing they are responding to does not yet exist. Adler would say this is because the mind does not wait for facts to arrive before it begins to respond to them. It generates a working version of the future based on what it knows, what it fears, what it hopes, and it responds to that version as though it were already present. This is, in some ways, a remarkable capacity. It allows planning, preparation, and the anticipation of consequences before they occur. It is, in the evolutionary sense, enormously useful. But it is also the source of a particular kind of suffering that Schopenhauer would have recognized immediately. The suffering of being already inside a future that has not yet arrived. Of living, for a time, in a version of tomorrow that the mind has constructed, rather than in the actual, quiet, undramatic present of the darkened room. The Stoic philosophers, writing long before either Schopenhauer or Adler, had a clear understanding of this dynamic, though they described it in different terms. Marcus Aurelius, writing private notes to himself that we now know as the Meditations, returned again and again to the problem of imagined suffering. His counsel was not that the imagination should be suppressed, but that it should be recognized as imagination. The thing itself, whatever tomorrow holds, is not yet here. Only the thought of it is here, now, in this moment. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations. There is a version of this counsel that can feel like dismissal, as though the Stoic is simply saying, "Stop worrying, it hasn't happened yet." But that misses what Marcus Aurelius was actually doing in those private writings. He was not dismissing the forward-reaching mind. He was examining it with great care. He was trying to understand why a thought about the future should produce a response in the present body. He was sitting quietly, with the strangeness of the fact that imagination and reality can produce similar feelings, and asking what that means about the nature of the mind. And the answer, for the Stoics, was not that the mind should become still and empty. They were not advocating for the absence of thought. They were suggesting a kind of clarity about what is actually happening. To know that you are responding to a thought, not to an event, is already a form of perspective. Not a solution, but a slight shift in the relationship between the thinker and the thought. Consider someone lying awake with a decision they have been circling for days. Not a dramatic decision, perhaps, but one of those persistent ones that seem to resist resolution. Each time they approach it in thought, it turns slightly, revealing a new angle, a new consideration, a new reason to continue thinking about it rather than simply acting. They know somewhere that the thinking itself is not producing clarity. They have been thinking about this for 3 days, and clarity remains roughly as far away as it was at the beginning. And yet the mind returns. Schopenhauer would recognize this immediately. The will finds its object and returns to it, not because returning will resolve anything, but because the returning is the will's natural motion. The mind that keeps circling is not being irrational. It is being characteristic. It is doing what consciousness does when it is in contact with something unresolved and important. Adler might add, and this person is rehearsing their future self. They are not merely thinking about the decision. They are, at a level beneath deliberate thought, preparing themselves for the self they will become once the decision is made. They are trying on possible futures, checking how they sit. Neither description makes the circling stop, but both offer a kind of company in it, a recognition that what is happening is not strange or broken, but deeply, characteristically human. It is worth pausing for a moment on the specific character of nighttime anticipation as distinct from daytime anticipation. The same thought, held during a busy afternoon, often feels manageable. It presents itself, it is acknowledged, it is set aside in favor of whatever immediate task is at hand. The mind files it away as something to be returned to, and then the day intervenes, and the thought recedes into the background. But at night, the filing mechanism works differently. The things that were set aside during the day find in the quiet a certain prominence. They rise. They are not louder, exactly, but they are relatively larger, because everything else has grown small. The concern about a professional relationship that was a minor note in a full symphony of daytime experience becomes, in the silence, something much more difficult to place in proportion. Schopenhauer would recognize this immediately. The will, expressing itself through consciousness, finds less to occupy it in the quiet hours, and so the things that have not been resolved, that the will has not yet fully processed, grow larger in its attention. They do not grow more dangerous. They grow more prominent. The scaling is a matter of proportion, not of actual weight. This is one of the more practically useful observations available in the philosophy of anticipation. The size of a concern in the night is not an accurate measurement of its actual significance. It is a measurement of its relative prominence in a field that has otherwise gone quiet. The same concern, encountered in the middle of a full and occupied day, would register at a fraction of its nighttime magnitude, not because it is less real in the day, but because it has more company. Adler would have an additional observation to offer here. He understood the human being as fundamentally a social creature, oriented not just toward a personal future, but toward a future involving others. His concept of social interest described the way human beings care about their place in relation to others, their sense of belonging, contribution, and connection. And many of the things the nighttime mind worries about are, at root, social. They concern relationships. They concern how one will be perceived. They concern belonging and rejection, cooperation and conflict, the small and large negotiations of social existence. When someone lies awake imagining how a colleague will respond to something they said, or how a friend interpreted an ambiguous message, or how a difficult conversation tomorrow might affect a relationship they value, they are doing exactly what Adler would expect. They are a social being in the process of orienting itself toward the social future. The concern is not vanity or weakness. It is the natural activity of a mind that understands itself as existing in relation to others, and that takes those relations seriously enough to prepare for them with care. This is an important reframing. quiet though it is. The nighttime rehearsal of social scenarios is not a symptom of excessive self-consciousness. It is evidence of genuine investment in the quality of one's relationships. The mind that does not care how tomorrow's conversation goes does not spend the night preparing for it. Only the mind that cares does this. The preparation is, in this sense, a form of respect for what matters. Stoic philosophy offers one more thing worth noting in this context. Epictetus, who was a Stoic philosopher and a former slave, wrote with particular clarity about the distinction between what is within our power and what is not. His simple formulation was that some things are up to us and some things are not. What is up to us is our own response, our own judgment, our own orientation. What is not up to us is the external world, including other people's responses, the outcomes of situations we cannot fully control, and the behavior of the future itself. This distinction is often received as a comfort, and it can be. But Epictetus was honest enough to know that the distinction does not make the non-up-to-us things disappear from the mind. He was not saying, stop caring about outcomes you cannot fully control. He was saying something more subtle. Notice which part of the situation is genuinely yours to influence, and attend carefully to that part. Let the rest move as it will. The nighttime mind that is working through anticipated scenarios is often doing something close to this, though not always with the clarity Epictetus would have preferred. It is trying to identify what it can do, what it can say, how it can prepare, where its own agency lies. This is not futile. The rehearsal has value up to a point, because it genuinely does clarify what is within one's power and what is not. The problem, if there is one, is that the rehearsal often continues past the point of clarity into the territory of pure repetition, returning to the same questions without finding new answers, because the new answers cannot be found until the situation itself provides them. That is not a failure of the rehearsal. It is the natural limit of preparation in the face of genuine uncertainty. The mind has done what it can do in the night. It has turned the question over carefully. It has identified what is within its power. It has noticed what is not. And then, because the uncertainty remains, it turns the question over again. Not because a new answer is expected, but because the question is still open, and the mind cannot yet leave it. Let that rest quietly for a moment. Henri Bergson was a French philosopher working at the turn of the 20th century, and he won the Nobel Prize for Literature, which is unusual for a philosopher. He was interested in time, not as we usually think of it, not as a sequence of measurable units, but as something lived, something experienced from the inside. He made a distinction that is worth moving through slowly, because it illuminates something important about what happens in the quiet hours. Bergson distinguished between two kinds of time. There is what he called clock time, the time of calendars and schedules, measurable and external, the kind of time that tells you it is 3 a.m, and you have been lying awake for 2 hours. And then there is what he called duration, la durée, in French, which is time as it is actually experienced from the inside. This time is not measured. It is felt, and it does not move in straight lines. Duration is the experience of time as a continuous flow in which past, present, and future are not cleanly separated but blended. When you experience a piece of music, you are not hearing each note in isolation. Each note arrives carrying the memory of the notes before it and the anticipation of the notes to come. The music exists in time, but your experience of it is not sequential in any simple sense. It is a kind of living through, a duration, in which the music is simultaneously what has just been and what is still coming. Now apply this to the quiet mind at night. When the mind is moving through tomorrow's anticipated situations, it is not operating in clock time. It is operating in duration. And in duration, the imagined future does not feel distant. It does not feel like something that will arrive in 8 hours. It feels present. It feels like something you are already inside. This is one of the more useful observations Bergson offers. The reason the future feels so vivid at night, the reason imagined scenarios carry real emotional weight, is not a failure of rationality. It is a feature of how consciousness actually experiences time. The mind is not a photograph that captures only the current moment. It is more like a flowing river, carrying everything it has touched and anticipating everything it is moving toward. When you are lying in the dark, thinking about tomorrow, you are not standing outside time and looking at tomorrow from a safe distance. You are inside duration. And inside duration, tomorrow is not far away. It is already, in some experiential sense, here. Pure duration is the form which the succession of our conscious states assumes when our ego lets itself live, when it refrains from separating its present state from its former states. Henri Bergson, Time and Free Will, 1889. There is something gently clarifying in that passage when you let it breathe. When the ego lets itself live, when it does not separate the present state from what came before and what is coming, the result is duration. And duration, by its nature, carries everything together. The past is not gone. The future is not absent. They are both folded into the experience of now. This has a practical implication for the nighttime mind that is worth sitting with. The sharpness with which the future is felt, the clarity of the imagined conversation, the vividness of the anticipated scenario. These are not distortions. They are what happens when consciousness is functioning in its natural mode of duration, without the usual external interruptions that would pull it back to the surface of the immediate present. During the day, the experience of duration is constantly interrupted. Something pulls attention back to the present. A notification, a voice, a task that needs doing. These interruptions keep the mind from settling too deeply into any one stream of duration. But at night, without these interruptions, the mind settles, and it settles into the deepest available current, which is the stream of unresolved anticipation. Think about the experience of waiting. Not the comfortable kind of waiting, but the kind where something uncertain is coming. A medical result, an important conversation, an outcome that genuinely could go either way. In those periods of waiting, the experience of time changes. It slows in some ways and accelerates in others. The present moment feels thin, barely there, a kind of transparent window onto a future that looms larger than it should. Bergson would say this is duration working correctly. The mind, when genuinely oriented toward something coming, compresses the distance between present and future. The future leans toward you in time the way a sound leans toward you in space when you are listening carefully for it. There is also something in Bergson's thought about memory that connects to this. He understood memory not as a warehouse of stored events, separate from present experience, but as something active, something that flows continuously into the present. The past is not behind us in the way we often picture it. It is folded into the present, shaping it, coloring it, without necessarily announcing itself. When you lie in the quiet and find your mind moving through a possible future scenario, the scenario is built inevitably from the past, from other conversations you have had, other situations you have navigated, other moments where something similar was at stake. The imagined future is constructed from remembered experience, running through the present and projecting forward, past, present, and future, all folded together in duration. This is why the same worries tend to return in roughly the same form. The mind does not simply generate new futures each time it reaches forward. It tends to draw on its accumulated experience of similar situations, and those memories carry their own emotional textures. A past conversation that went badly will lend its coloring to an anticipated future conversation of a similar kind. The mind is not making things up entirely. It is drawing on a deep archive. Consider someone who has been in a particular kind of conflict before, say a professional disagreement that became uncomfortable. They are now anticipating a meeting that has the structural feel of that earlier situation. In duration, the two situations are not cleanly separated. The remembered experience flows into the anticipation. The emotional weight of the past colors the imagined future. The person is not thinking about two separate things. They are inside one continuous flow that carries both. From the outside, this might look like catastrophizing, or like the mind running away with itself. But from inside duration, it is simply the way time is experienced when consciousness is given the freedom to flow uninterrupted. The mind is not being careless. It is being thorough. It is including everything it knows, from every time it knows it, in its construction of what might come. Bergson's insight does not make this less uncomfortable, but it does make it less strange. The vividness of anticipated scenarios, the way they carry real emotional weight, even though they have not yet occurred, the way the future seems to press against the present with a kind of impatience. These are all features of duration. They are the natural texture of a consciousness that does not live in a single, isolated now. There is a particular quality to the night that Bergson's framework illuminates more than any other framework I have encountered. In the day, there is clock time. There are appointments and schedules, a before and an after, a clear sense of where you are in the measured sequence of hours. But in the dark, the clock becomes less relevant. The quality of the darkness is roughly the same at midnight as it is at 3, and the silence is similar, and the stillness is similar. Clock time dissolves a little, and when clock time dissolves, duration takes over. The present opens outward in both directions. The past becomes more present, and the future becomes less distant. Things that happened years ago can feel in the quiet as though they were yesterday, and things that are coming next month can feel with equal vividness as though they are already pressing against the door. This is not confusion. This is duration doing what it naturally does when the scaffolding of clock time is removed. The mind settles into its own temporality, which is richer, more layered, and considerably less tidy than the hours on a clock. You may find your mind returning to that image. The clock dissolves a little in the dark, and what remains is a richer, less tidy experience of time. Everything that matters to you exists in that duration, all at once, in varying degrees of proximity. Not behind you and in front of you, but around you, present in varying degrees of weight and nearness. Bergson had something else to offer, something that connects duration to what he called intuition. In his framework, intuition was not mystical. It was a particular way of knowing that is distinct from analytical thought. Analytical thought breaks things apart. It divides experience into components and examines each one. Intuition, by contrast, enters into the flow of things directly, moving with them rather than around them. It is, in a sense, the way of knowing that duration itself enables. When you lie in the dark and the mind moves through anticipated futures, there are two things happening simultaneously. One is analytical. The mind is breaking the situation into its components, examining each variable, checking each possible outcome. But there is also something else happening alongside this, something harder to name, a kind of felt sense of the situation as a whole, an intuition, in Bergson's sense, of where things are moving, what the shape of tomorrow might be, how it might feel to be inside it. This intuitive layer of anticipation is often undervalued because it is harder to articulate. When someone says they have a feeling about how something will go, they are often dismissed, even by themselves, in favor of the more articulable analytical assessment. But Bergson would suggest that the intuition carries information too, that the felt sense of a situation, accessed through the flow of duration, has a kind of accuracy that the analytical breakdown can miss, because it takes the whole into account rather than only its parts. This does not mean that every intuition is correct, or that felt senses about the future should override careful thinking. Bergson was not arguing for credulity. He was arguing for a more complete picture of how consciousness knows things. The analytical and the intuitive work together, and in the quiet hours of the night, both are active. The rehearsed scenarios are the analytical layer. The quieter felt sense running beneath them, harder to catch and name, is the intuitive layer. You may notice, if you attend to it, that there is sometimes a discrepancy between these two layers. The analytical mind might construct a scenario that seems objectively likely, based on available evidence, and yet something in the intuitive layer quietly dissents. Or the reverse. The analytical mind might produce reasons for optimism that the intuitive layer does not quite endorse. These discrepancies are not arbitrary. They are the mind trying to integrate different kinds of knowing into a coherent orientation toward the future. The sleepless hours are, in this sense, part of that integration. The mind is not simply running the same scenario on repeat. It is, at a level that is not always fully conscious, cross-referencing the analytical and the intuitive, checking them against each other, looking for a version of the anticipated future that holds together at both levels. This is effortful work. It is one reason the mind cannot simply be instructed to stop. There is also something in Bergson's thinking about the relationship between time and memory that speaks to why certain worries have a particular cyclical quality. He understood memory not as the storage of static images, but as something dynamic and continuous. The past does not sit behind us in a warehouse. It follows us. It flows alongside us. And when a situation arises in the present that resembles something from the past, the two flow together in duration, blending their qualities in ways that are not always transparent to conscious awareness. This is why certain anticipated situations carry a weight that seems disproportionate to their current circumstances. The situation being faced now may not, objectively, be the most serious situation this person has faced. But if it carries structural resemblance to an earlier situation that was genuinely serious, the emotional weight of that earlier experience flows into the present one through the continuity of duration. The two cannot be fully separated, because in duration they are not separate. They share a current. Understanding this does not always reduce the weight, but it can shift the relationship to it. When the weight of an anticipated future seems larger than the current circumstances seem to justify, it is worth asking quietly, what else might be flowing in the same current? What older experience might be lending its weight to this present anticipation? Not as a therapeutic exercise, but simply as a form of understanding, as a way of recognizing that the experience of the night is richer and more layered than any single worry can account for. The room is still. The night continues. There is no hurry. Baruch Spinoza was a 17th century philosopher who was, in his own time, considered profoundly radical. He was expelled from his community for his ideas and spent his life in relative isolation, grinding lenses for a living and writing philosophy that would not be fully understood for generations. What he had to say about emotions and imagination is, in many ways, still being absorbed. Spinoza understood emotions as fundamentally bound up with ideas, not separate from thought, but continuous with it. When you feel something, you are also, in some form, thinking something. The two are not cleanly separable. And what you think about, what ideas you hold in mind, shapes what you feel, even when the ideas concern things that are not present, things that are imagined, things that have not happened. He described a category of what he called passive emotions. Emotions that arise not from our own active engagement with reality, but from our imagination of what reality might bring. When we imagine something bad coming, we feel fear or dread, even though the bad thing has not arrived. When we imagine something good coming, we feel hope or anticipation, even though the good thing is equally absent. The emotion is generated by the idea, not by the thing itself. This is, at first, an obvious observation. Of course, we feel things in response to our imagination, but Spinoza's deeper point is subtler. He is saying that the emotion generated by an imagined future is not a pale imitation of the emotion we would feel if that future actually arrived. It can be, in many cases, just as strong, just as real in its effects on the body and the mind. The imagination, when it is vivid and engaged, produces genuine emotional responses, not lesser versions of the real thing. This is why the quiet hours can feel weighty. The things you are imagining are not trivial thoughts passing through. They are ideas that Spinoza would say your mind is holding with a degree of conviction. And that conviction generates genuine emotional response. The tension in the chest, the slight agitation in the body, the difficulty settling. These are not symptoms of weakness. They are the predictable products of a mind holding vivid ideas about uncertain futures. He who has a true idea simultaneously knows that he has a true idea, and cannot doubt of the truth of the thing perceived. Baruch Spinoza, Ethics, 1677. The quote lands in an interesting place when you consider it in this context. The imagined scenario, in the moment when the mind holds it with full conviction, has the quality of a true idea. The mind does not experience it as speculation or fiction. It experiences it as a possibility so real that it deserves to be responded to, prepared for, taken seriously. And so, the emotional apparatus responds faithfully to what the mind is presenting it with. Michel de Montaigne, writing about a century before Spinoza, arrived at a related observation through a very different route. Montaigne was not a systematic philosopher. He was an essayist, in a very deep sense of that word, someone who tested ideas by feeling their weight in his own experience. And he had a great deal to say about the imagination and the suffering it creates. He wrote in one of his most famous essays that we are more troubled by our imagination than by the reality of things. He noticed, in himself and in others, that the anticipation of pain is often worse than the pain itself, that the imagined version of a difficult thing tends to arrive with greater dramatic weight than the actual version, which comes cluttered with practical details, accidental circumstances, unexpected moments of ease. My life has been filled with terrible misfortunes, most of which never happened. Michel de Montaigne, Essays. The line is often attributed to Montaigne, though the exact phrasing varies across translations and editions. The thought, wherever it originates precisely, is one of the most economically accurate descriptions of the nighttime mind that has ever been offered. The life lived in imagination, in the quiet hours of anticipation, is often populated with versions of misfortune that never quite materialize as imagined. And yet knowing this does not stop the imagining. That is what makes Montaigne's observation so honest. He's not saying, once you understand that your imagination exaggerates, you will stop imagining exaggerated things. He is simply noting it, simply observing the pattern with the mild, curious attention that he brought to most of what he observed about human nature. Spinoza and Montaigne, coming from different centuries and with different methods, both arrive at the same fundamental observation. The emotional weight of an imagined future is not proportional to the probability of that future occurring. The mind generates genuine emotional responses to possibilities, not only to actualities. And the most vivid possibilities tend to be the ones that concern us most, which means they generate the strongest responses, which means they are the ones the mind returns to most readily. There is a kind of loop in this that is worth recognizing. The more emotionally charged an anticipated scenario, the more vivid it becomes in imagination. The more vivid it is, the more often the mind returns to it. The more often the mind returns to it, the more emotionally familiar it becomes, which can make it feel more real, more inevitable, more deserving of the attention being given to it. The Stoics had a practice for this that is worth mentioning, though not as a prescription. They called it negative visualization, the deliberate imagining of unwanted outcomes, not to dwell on them, but to examine them carefully enough to remove their power to surprise. Marcus Aurelius practiced something like this. He would, in his private writings, deliberately contemplate the loss of things he valued, not to suffer preventively, but to understand the nature of his attachment to them. The interesting thing about this practice is what it reveals. When you sit with an imagined negative outcome long enough, something often shifts. The scenario that felt unbearable in the first rush of anticipation begins, under sustained and calm examination, to reveal its actual dimensions. It is usually smaller than the initial imagining, more manageable, more specific, less apocalyptic. Spinoza would explain this in terms of understanding. When the mind moves from passive emotion, which is driven by unexamined imagination, to active understanding, which involves looking clearly at what is actually being imagined, the emotional landscape changes. Not because the imagined thing becomes less likely, but because the mind's relationship to it has shifted from reactive to reflective. This is a subtle distinction, and it is not a cure for anything. The shift from reactive to reflective does not guarantee calm, but it changes the quality of the experience. The imagined future becomes slightly more like an idea being examined, and slightly less like a reality already underway. There is something else in Montaigne's thinking that is worth moving through slowly. He wrote with a great deal of honesty about the gap between what we fear and what actually happens, not as a reassurance, but as an observation about the particular nature of the imagination. He noticed that imagined suffering tends to be clean. It has a narrative shape. There is a clear bad thing that happens, and then there is suffering that follows from it in a clear and traceable line. But actual experience is never this clean. Actual difficult events arrive accompanied by unexpected kindness, by moments of unexpected competence, by the presence of people who help, by the accidental discovery that one is more capable than anticipated. The narrative of imagined suffering is a simplified version that the actual event never quite resembles. This is not an argument that things always work out. They do not always work out. Montaigne knew this as well as anyone. He lived in an era of plague and civil war, and watched people he loved die in circumstances far from comfortable. He was not a naive optimist. He was simply noting that the imagination, when it constructs its version of a feared future, tends to strip away the texture of actual experience. It produces something cleaner and more severe than life usually is. Think about someone lying awake, imagining a conversation they believe will be painful. They imagine the other person's words. They imagine their own responses falling short. They imagine the scene reaching its most uncomfortable possible conclusion. What they do not imagine, because it is harder to imagine in advance, is the small moments that will punctuate even a difficult conversation. The pause where something unexpected is said. The moment where the other person reveals something they had not expected to reveal. The way actual human interaction tends to deviate always from the script that was anticipated. The imagination builds its stage sets in advance, and they are always more monolithic, more final than the actual stage. The actual stage is messy and contingent and full of details that no one thought to include. This is not a reason to stop imagining. It is simply a feature of how imagination works and how life differs from it. Spinoza had a related observation about the nature of what he called hope and fear, which he treated as two sides of the same coin. Hope, in his framework, is not a positive emotion in the straightforward sense. It is the pleasurable anticipation of an outcome that is genuinely uncertain, and fear is the painful anticipation of an outcome that is also genuinely uncertain. The uncertainty is the key element in both. Remove the uncertainty, and both hope and fear dissolve. A certain good is simply good. A certain bad is simply bad. It is only the uncertain ones that generate the sustained emotional weather of hope and fear. This observation has a quiet importance for the nighttime mind. The things you are hoping for and the things you are fearing are, by definition, uncertain. If they were certain, the emotional weather would be different. It is the openness of the outcome, the genuine, not yet decidedness of it, that generates the sustained anticipation. And this means that the emotional weight of the night is, in a specific sense, a measure of how much is still genuinely open in your life. A life from which all uncertainty has been removed would be, Spinoza implies, a life from which both hope and fear have been removed. It would be a life without the particular emotional aliveness that comes from genuinely not knowing how something will resolve. Some people, when they hear this, feel a small and unexpected recognition. The anxiety of uncertainty is real. But so, sometimes, is the vitality of it. The fact that you do not know how tomorrow will go means that tomorrow is still in some sense unwritten. That possibility is present in both directions. Montaigne, meanwhile, had a great deal more to say about the specific character of anticipation as opposed to the experience of the thing anticipated. He returned to this in several of his essays, approaching it from different angles. As he tended to approach most things, he found genuinely interesting. He was a man of considerable self-knowledge, and one of the things he knew about himself was that his imagination was prolific and not always helpful. It produced suffering he had not asked for, and distress that bore little relationship to what actually arrived. He wrote about illness with particular clarity. Having suffered various physical complaints throughout his life, he noticed that the imagined version of his ill health was often more oppressive than the actual experience. The anticipation of pain, he found, had a kind of totalizing quality that the actual pain, when it arrived, usually did not have. Actual pain was specific. It was here, in this part of the body, at this particular intensity, leaving these other parts relatively free. The imagined pain was diffuse, pervasive, without edges. He generalized from this observation to other forms of anticipated difficulty, and the generalization holds. When we imagine something difficult coming, we often imagine it without the specificity of the actual experience. We imagine a kind of general bad, a pervading, uncomfortable atmosphere, rather than the particular, bounded, specific thing that will actually arrive. And the general bad is, in many ways, harder to bear than the specific one. It has no edges to push against. It fills the available space. This is one of the more practically illuminating observations in the entire tradition we have been moving through. The imagined difficulty tends to be diffuse. The actual difficulty tends to be specific, and the specific is almost always more manageable than the diffuse, not because it is smaller, but because it has a shape. You can find your footing against something with a shape. against the shapeless general anxiety of anticipated difficulty, there is nowhere to put your weight. Montaigne's response to this was not to discipline the imagination into silence. He did not believe that was possible, and he was honest enough to say so. His response was something closer to curiosity. He treated his own imagined sufferings as objects of study. He watched them, described them, noticed their particular character, and their relationship to the actual experiences they preceded, not as a method for reducing them, but as a way of being interested in them rather than simply oppressed by them. This is a form of the Stoic move, but softer. Where Marcus Aurelius brought philosophical rigor to the examination of his own mind, Montaigne brought a kind of gentle, self-amused curiosity. Here I am, he seems to say, imagining terrible things again. Let me look at what I am imagining and how I am imagining it. Not because the looking will make it stop, but because the looking is itself a way of being present with what is happening, rather than simply being inside it without distance. Spinoza, building toward his ethics over many years, had a broader framework for all of this that is worth touching briefly. He believed that the path from what he called bondage to freedom, in an emotional and intellectual sense, ran through understanding, not through willpower or suppression or the cultivation of indifference, but through the development of clear and adequate ideas. When the mind holds clear ideas, ideas that are well formed and connected accurately to their causes, it is in a different state than when it holds confused or partial ideas. Most of the ideas generated in anticipatory worry are, in Spinoza's terms, confused. They are partial images of possible futures, stripped of context and nuance, held with more conviction than their uncertainty warrants. When the mind holds a clear idea of what it is actually facing, including its genuine uncertainty, its actual dimensions, the specific things that are within and beyond one's influence, the emotional landscape shifts. Not because the situation improves, but because the mind is now in more accurate contact with it. The movement from confused anticipation to clear understanding is not a movement away from feeling. Spinoza was clear about this. Adequate ideas carry their own emotional character. Understanding something genuinely difficult can itself be genuinely painful. But the pain of clear understanding is different from the pain of confused anticipation. It has edges. It is specific. It is in proportion to what is actually at stake, rather than inflated by the shapelessness of imagination. This is, perhaps, the most that philosophy can honestly offer on this question. Not relief, not the quieting of the forward-reaching mind, but the possibility of a slightly more accurate relationship between the mind and what it is anticipating. The exchange of the diffuse and shapeless for the specific and proportionate, which is a different form of night than the one in which confused fear fills the available space without boundary. You may find your mind returning to that thought in the coming days. Let it arrive when it does. Existential philosophy, as a tradition, is not primarily concerned with anxiety in the therapeutic sense. It is concerned with something deeper, with the basic structure of human existence as it encounters its own fundamental conditions. And one of those conditions, perhaps the most pervasive one, is uncertainty. The future is genuinely, structurally, irreducibly open. Jean-Paul Sartre described human existence as fundamentally different from the existence of objects. A stone, he said, is fully what it is. It does not have possibilities. It does not project itself into a future. It simply is. But a human being is always, in some sense, ahead of itself, always in the process of becoming, always already oriented toward what it is not yet. This forward orientation, which Husserl identified in the structure of consciousness and which Schopenhauer recognized in the movement of the will, takes on a particular significance in existential thought. Because if the future is genuinely open, if you are always in the process of becoming rather than simply being, then the possibilities you hold in mind are not merely fantasies or fears. They are, in some meaningful sense, real candidates for what you might become. Sartre used the phrase condemned to be free. It is a phrase that sometimes unsettles people when they first encounter it. Freedom sounds like something desirable, not something to be condemned by. But what Sartre meant was that you cannot escape choosing. You cannot simply be the way a stone simply is. You are always, whether you acknowledge it or not, making yourself. And this making happens in the face of a genuinely open future that offers no guarantees. The anxiety that Sartre described is not a malfunction of the mind. It is what it feels like to be a being for whom the future is genuinely undecided. When you lie in the quiet and feel the weight of anticipated uncertainty, you are feeling, in his terms, the direct contact of your consciousness with the fact of your own freedom. The future has not been decided. You do not know what tomorrow holds with certainty. And the mind, feeling this, responds with something that resembles tension. Existence precedes essence. Man first of all exists, encounters himself, surges up in the world, and defines himself afterwards. Jean-Paul Sartre. Existentialism is a humanism, 1946. There is something quietly significant in that. You are not a finished thing. You are a thing still in the process of being made, partly by circumstance and partly by what you choose to do with circumstance. The anticipated future that occupies the mind in the quiet hours is not merely something that will happen to you. It is also something you will happen to. The two are in constant negotiation, and the negotiation has not yet been concluded. Martin Heidegger, a German philosopher of the 20th century, who shaped much of existential thought, had his own way of approaching this territory. He was interested in what he called thrownness, the condition of finding oneself already in a world, already in a particular situation, with a particular history and a particular set of circumstances, without having chosen any of it. You did not choose when or where to be born. You did not choose the conditions you were born into. You were thrown into existence. But alongside this thrownness, Heidegger placed what he called projection. The human being, thrown into its situation, is always projecting itself forward, always ahead of itself in its possibilities. Existence is always this tension between what was given and what might be, between the fixed conditions of arrival and the open possibilities of becoming. When you think about this in the context of the nighttime mind, something interesting emerges. The forward-reaching thought that keeps you awake is not simply worry. It is, in Heidegger's terms, projection. The mind casting itself forward into its possibilities, trying to understand what it might encounter there, trying to prepare itself for what the open future might hold. There is a particular kind of anticipation that is worth naming here. Not the anticipation of a specific feared event, but something more diffuse. The feeling of being in a period of change, or of standing at the edge of something whose shape is not yet clear. Many people recognize this, the sense that something is shifting, that the future is more open than usual, that the coming weeks or months are somehow less defined than they would like. In existential terms, this is a direct encounter with what the tradition calls facticity and transcendence. Facticity is what is fixed, the circumstances you are in, the choices already made, the situation as it is. Transcendence is the openness, the fact that the situation has not yet resolved, that possibilities remain genuinely possible, that what you will do has not been determined. The tension between these two is real. It is not a product of excessive imagination. It is the actual condition of being in the middle of something, which is where most of us are, most of the time, in the middle of a career, in the middle of a relationship, in the middle of a project, a plan, a period of life that has not yet arrived at its shape. Simone de Beauvoir, who worked alongside Sartre and developed her own existential philosophy, wrote about the nature of ambiguity in human existence. We exist, she observed, in a condition that is genuinely and permanently ambiguous. We are neither fully free nor fully determined. We are neither entirely the authors of our lives, nor entirely the subjects of forces beyond our control. We are somewhere in between, which is a more uncomfortable position than either extreme would be. The mind that worries about the future is, in de Beauvoir's framework, encountering this ambiguity directly. The question of what will happen is genuinely undecided, genuinely open to influence, but not entirely within anyone's control. And this openness is not a temporary condition that will resolve itself soon. It is the permanent condition of existence in time. This might sound like a cold observation, but there is something in it that is worth receiving slowly. If uncertainty is not an aberration, but a structural feature of existence, then the anxiety it produces is not a sign that something has gone wrong. It is a sign that you are in genuine contact with the nature of your situation, that you have not retreated into false certainty, that the openness of the future is being registered, honestly, by a mind that is paying attention. There is also something in the existential tradition about the relationship between anxiety and authenticity. Heidegger believed that anxiety, in its deepest form, was one of the few moods that brings you face to face with your own existence, rather than allowing you to hide from it in the busy distractions of daily life. When everything is quiet, and the future presses against the present with its full weight of uncertainty, you are, in a specific sense, more in contact with what your life actually is than you were during the hours when tasks and schedules kept the larger questions at bay. This is not a reason to seek out anxiety or to value it over contentment, but it is a reason to receive it with a degree of curiosity rather than only as something to be escaped. The weight of an anticipated uncertain future felt in the quiet hours is a form of presence, an encounter with the actual conditions of your life. The mind is not running away into fantasy. It is running toward something genuinely real, the open, undetermined shape of what comes next. There is a particular quality to the uncertainty that the existential tradition is most interested in. and it is worth spending a little more time with it. The uncertainty of the future is not simply the uncertainty of whether a specific event will occur. It is something more fundamental. It is the uncertainty of what kind of person you will be when you get there, what you will choose, how you will respond to what arrives, whether you will find, in yourself, the qualities you will need. This deeper uncertainty, the uncertainty about the self that will meet the future, is often the silent engine running beneath the more surface-level worry about events. When someone rehearses a difficult conversation in the quiet hours, they are not only wondering what the other person will say. They are wondering, at a level that may not even be fully conscious, whether they will be capable of responding well, whether they will find the right words when the words are needed, whether they will hold their composure, or their compassion, or their clarity when it matters most. This is a genuinely different kind of uncertainty than the uncertainty about events. Events can, to some degree, be predicted. Patterns can be recognized. Precedents can be consulted. But the self that will meet those events is always, in a small way, an unknown quantity. You have met difficult situations before. You have some evidence of how you respond to them. But you have not met this one, with its particular combination of circumstances and stakes and timing. And the question of who you will be in it is genuinely open. Sartre was clear about this in ways that can feel uncomfortable and clarifying in equal measure. He believed that there is no fixed self that precedes experience. There is no essential character waiting to be revealed. The self is constituted in the choices made in actual situations. You do not discover who you are. You make who you are in the moments when something is genuinely at stake and a choice must be made. This means that the anxiety of anticipation, at its deepest level, is the anxiety of not yet knowing what choice you will make. Not because you are fundamentally untrustworthy, but because the choice itself has not yet arrived. It is still ahead of you. And ahead of you, it is genuinely undecided. The self that will face tomorrow's difficulty is, in a very specific sense, not yet fully formed. There is something quietly important in receiving that idea with patience rather than urgency. The incompleteness of the self in the face of an anticipated future is not a deficit. It is the very condition that makes genuine choice possible. A self that was fully determined in advance could not choose. It could only execute. The fact that the future self is still being made is the same fact that makes your response to tomorrow genuinely yours, rather than merely the playing out of a fixed character. Kierkegaard, who preceded the existentialists in some important ways, and was in many respects their precursor, wrote about what he called the dizziness of freedom, the vertigo that arises when you stand at the edge of a genuine choice, when you feel the full weight of the fact that it is up to you, that no external authority will decide for you, that the future branching before you is branching because of what you will choose to do. This dizziness is not pleasant. But it is, Kierkegaard argued, the experience of genuine freedom, which is not comfortable in the way that we might prefer freedom to be. The nighttime mind that cannot settle is sometimes experiencing exactly this vertigo. Not in a dramatic sense. The stakes of tomorrow's meeting or tomorrow's conversation may be relatively modest, but in the specific sense that the outcome is genuinely undetermined, that it depends partly on what you will choose to do, and that the choosing has not yet happened, there is a real encounter with freedom happening in the dark. The mind feels its own openness, feels the not yet decidedness of the self. And this feeling, in Kierkegaard's framework, is precisely what it is like to be a free being facing a genuinely undecided future. De Beauvoir extended this in a direction that Kierkegaard perhaps did not fully reach. She was interested in the ambiguity of the human condition, not just in terms of individual freedom, but in terms of the entanglement of freedoms. Your freedom is always enacted in a world where others are also free. Your choices affect theirs, and theirs affect yours. And the anticipated future that the mind is working through is never entirely a matter of your own choosing. It is a negotiation, always, between your freedom and the freedom of others, between what you will bring and what they will bring, between the shape you are trying to give to things and the shape the situation will take regardless. This entanglement is part of what makes the nighttime rehearsal so difficult to complete. You can rehearse your own part, you can prepare your words, anticipate your own responses, clarify your own intentions, but you cannot rehearse the other person, because the other person is genuinely free and genuinely unpredictable, and no amount of careful preparation can fully account for what they will bring. The rehearsal runs up against this limit repeatedly, and the limit, frustrating though it is actually the sign of something important, that the people in your life are real and autonomous beings, not characters in a script you are writing, but genuine others whose responses are their own. That recognition, held quietly in the night, has a certain settling quality. The reason you cannot fully prepare is not a failure of imagination or diligence. It is a function of the genuine otherness of other people. You are preparing for a meeting with someone who is as real as you are, as free as you are, as unpredictable and rich and responsive as you are. The rehearsal is, in this sense, appropriate to what it is: a partial preparation for an encounter that cannot be fully rehearsed, because real encounters never can be. Albert Camus, who is sometimes grouped with the existentialists and sometimes resisted the label, wrote about the condition of living in the face of what he called the absurd, the gap between the human desire for clear meaning and the world's refusal to provide it. He believed that the honest response to this condition was not despair, but what he called revolt, a clear-eyed, ongoing engagement with life, despite its refusal to offer the certainty we would prefer. There is something in that image of revolt, understood quietly, that speaks to the nighttime mind. The mind that lies awake in the face of uncertain futures is not giving up. It is engaged. It is in the middle of something, and it knows it, and it is paying attention. That is not a small thing. The room is quiet. The breath is slow. There is a small distance between what is and what might be, and you are resting in that distance. There is a very old tradition of thought that originates in ancient China and runs through various forms across many centuries, which does not approach the question of anticipation and worry by examining its mechanisms or defending its presence. It approaches it from a different angle entirely. It approaches it by questioning the fundamental assumption that something needs to be done about it. The Tao Te Ching, attributed to a figure called Laozi, is one of the oldest and most translated texts in human history. It is short, and it is deceptively simple, and it contains almost no argument in the philosophical sense. It simply offers images and observations, and allows them to settle wherever they settle. It does not insist. At the center of Taoist thought is a concept called Wu Wei, which is usually translated as non-action, or effortless action, or acting in accord with the natural flow of things. It is often misunderstood as passivity, as a counsel to do nothing. But that is not quite it. Wu Wei is more like the absence of forcing, the willingness to let things move in the direction they are already moving, rather than applying effort against that movement. Consider the way water moves. It does not force its way through obstacles. It finds the available space and moves through it. It does not resist the shape of the riverbed. It accepts the shape and moves along it. And in doing so, over time, it shapes the very rock it seemed to simply accept. The river that does not force anything eventually carves a canyon. Now hold that image alongside the mind at night. The mind that is moving through anticipated futures, turning over possible scenarios, cycling through the same questions from slightly different angles. The usual impulse, when we notice this happening, is to try to stop it, to close down the thoughts, to redirect attention, to force the mind toward sleep or toward stillness. And the mind, encountering this force, often resists it. The thoughts come back more insistently. The effort to still the mind can sometimes produce a kind of mental noise more disruptive than the original thoughts were. The Taoist perspective does not prescribe anything. But if it were to offer an observation about this, it might say simply, "The river is flowing. Trying to hold back the river does not stop the river. It only produces turbulence at the point of resistance. To the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders." Laozi, Tao Te Ching. What is interesting about this line is the order of events. The mind is still first. The surrender follows. Not force the mind to stillness, and then receive quietude as a reward. Simply, when the mind finds its stillness, the universe yield. The stillness is not the product of effort. It is what happens when effort is released. This is a different kind of wisdom than any of the other thinkers we have moved through tonight. Husserl and James described the structure of the moving mind. Schopenhauer and Adler described its orientation and purpose. Bergson described its relationship to time. Spinoza and Montaigne described the emotional landscape it creates. The existential thinkers described the genuine openness that the forward-reaching mind is responding to. All of these perspectives are illuminating in their own ways. They all increase understanding. But the Taoist perspective does not seek to increase understanding in the same way. It offers something more like a different relationship to what is happening. Not a new analysis, but a new posture. The posture that Taoism suggests, without insisting, is something like allowing, not approving of the worry or celebrating the anticipation, not deciding that everything is fine or that the concerns are unimportant, simply allowing the river to flow, which it will do regardless, and resting in the awareness of that flow rather than struggling against it. This is, in practice, a very quiet thing. It does not require a decision or an action. It is more like a loosening, a slight release of the grip that the mind has on the process of its own movement. The thoughts about tomorrow continue. The imagined scenarios continue. But the relationship to them shifts, almost imperceptibly, from resistance to observation. When you observe a thought rather than being entirely inside it, something changes. The thought does not stop. The content does not change. But there is a slight space between the thinker and the thought, a thin membrane of awareness that registers. This is what the mind is doing right now. And that registration, that simple noticing, is already a form of the stillness that Laozi described. There is another strand of Taoist thought that speaks to the nature of anticipation specifically. The tradition has a great deal to say about the relationship between action and timing. There is a concept called the appropriate moment, the time when something is ready to happen, when action will be effective because it is moving with the natural flow rather than against it. Many of the things the nighttime mind is working through are questions of timing as much as questions of content. Not just what to do, but when. Not just what to say, but whether the moment has arrived. The mind rehearses conversations that have not yet found their right moment. It anticipates outcomes that depend on circumstances not yet in place. It tries to prepare for a future that is genuinely not yet ready to be met. The Taoist observation about this is gentle. The appropriate moment will arrive. Things are moving in the direction they are moving. The preparation that feels urgent at 3 a.m. is often preparation for a situation that will not arise tomorrow, or next week, or in the form anticipated. The mind is working ahead of the river, trying to prepare the banks for water that has not yet turned this way. This is not a counsel to be unprepared. The Taoist tradition is not a tradition of carelessness. It is a tradition of right timing, of action that is responsive to what is actually present, rather than reactive to what might be coming. The difference is subtle, but meaningful. The prepared mind that responds to what actually arrives is more effective than the exhausted mind that spent the night preparing for versions of the future that did not quite materialize. The river is flowing. The future is coming. The night is here, and it is quiet, and the body is at rest, even if the mind is not entirely. These are all true at once. They do not contradict each other. The movement of the mind does not prevent the rest of the body. The forward-reaching thought does not change the quietness of the room. Both exist simultaneously, the motion and the stillness, the reaching and the resting. There is a final image from the Taoist tradition that feels appropriate for the end of a long reflection on the forward-reaching mind. It is the image of water and stone, which appears in several forms across Taoist texts and related traditions. Water, the texts suggest, is the most powerful force in the natural world, not because it is hard or aggressive, but because it is yielding. It takes the shape of whatever contains it. It flows around obstacles rather than through them. And over time, its patient movement shapes the hardest rock. The mind that moves through imagined futures in the quiet hours is, in this image, more like the water than like the stone. Its movement is natural. Its yielding is not weakness. And its patient circulation through the same terrain, returning to the same questions, feeling for the available openings, is not a sign of being stuck. It may be the deepest form of preparation available, the kind that does not force, does not demand, does not insist on resolution, before the resolution is ready to arrive. And so we arrive, after a long journey through many centuries and many minds, at something that does not look like a conclusion because it was never meant to be one. The forward-reaching mind reaches. The blurring of time blurs. The emotional weight of possibility is genuine and real. The uncertainty of the future is not an illusion to be corrected. And the river of thought flows, finding its own level, seeking its own course. All of this is happening right now, in this room, in this body, in this particular moment of the night. And it is not a problem. It is not something wrong. It is the experience of a conscious, caring, future-oriented being, awake in the small hours, in genuine contact with the conditions of its own life. Marcus Aurelius, who returned again and again in his private writings to the same questions he could never fully quiet, who wrote down his contemplations, not because they resolved anything, but because the contemplation itself was valuable, might have recognized this night. He spent many of his own nights with the forward-reaching mind. He knew the returning thoughts. He knew the imagined scenarios. He knew the weight of uncertain futures held in the body at rest. And he kept writing, not because writing solved anything, but because thinking carefully about one's condition is its own form of dignity, its own form of being present with what is real. Schopenhauer, for all his unsparing observations about the restless will, also understood that consciousness itself, the fact of being aware of the river rather than simply being the river, was something remarkable. The mind that worries is the same mind that can observe the worrying, and the observation, in its quiet, steady way, is already something other than the worry itself. Bergson would say that even in this moment, you are inside duration. Past, present, and imagined future all folded together in a continuous flow that is your experience of being alive in time. The anticipated tomorrow is already here, in a sense, and the memories that built the anticipation are here too, and the present moment of the dark room is here, and all three exist simultaneously in the rich temporality of a consciousness that does not live in a single now. Spinoza might say that every idea held in the mind with genuine conviction produces genuine emotional response, and that this is not a flaw, but the nature of a mind that is engaged with its own existence. The emotions generated by imagined futures are real emotions. They deserve to be received with the same seriousness as any others. Montaigne would perhaps simply nod. He would recognize this night. He spent many of them himself, turning over the same questions, finding that the anticipated misfortunes rarely arrived in the form he had imagined, and that this never quite stopped him from imagining them. He would not offer a solution, because he had none to offer. He would offer companionship, which is its own form of ease. The existential thinkers would say that the open future pressing against the present is real. The uncertainty is not an illusion, and being honestly in contact with that uncertainty, rather than hiding from it in false confidence or numbing distraction, is a form of courage that operates quietly in the dark, without audience. And Laozi, or whoever it was who wrote what has come down to us as the Tao Te Ching, would offer no argument at all, only an image, a river finding its level, water yielding to the shape of what contains it, the universe, when the mind is still, yielding in return. The stillness is not achieved. It arrives, and when it arrives in the space that was already there, in the quiet between thoughts, in the pause between one imagined scenario and the next, in the small moments when the river rests in its own depth before continuing. The room is as it was at the beginning of this reflection. The darkness has not changed. The quiet is the same quiet. The weight of whatever covers you is the same weight. The distant sounds, if any remain, are as they were, and the mind has moved through a great deal of territory. Husserl's forward-reaching consciousness, James's flowing stream, Schopenhauer's restless will, Adler's future-oriented being, Bergson's blurring of time, Spinoza's emotionally charged ideas, Montaigne's honest observation of the gap between imagined and actual suffering, the existential encounter with genuine uncertainty, and the Taoist invitation to allow the river to flow. None of these ideas has resolved the forward-reaching mind. They were never meant to. They were offered as company for a night that was already long, as perspectives that might, if they found the right moment, shift something slightly in the relationship between the thinker and the thoughts. The things you are anticipating are real in the sense that Spinoza described. They generate genuine emotion because the mind holds them with genuine conviction. They will arrive in their own form, which will differ from the imagined form in ways both expected and unexpected. The conversations will have their own textures. The outcomes will carry their own accidental details. The situations will be more specific and more contingent, and in many ways more manageable than the imagination has suggested. Or they will be harder. That too is possible. Montaigne did not pretend otherwise, and neither should we. Some anticipated difficulties arrive with the difficulty intact. Some feared outcomes materialize. The imagination, for all its tendency toward exaggeration, is not always wrong. But the mind that has rested, that has allowed the river to find its own level in the dark hours, meets whatever comes with a different quality of attention than the mind that spent the night fighting its own forward motion. That is not a promise. It is simply an observation about the relationship between rest and capacity. The room has been quiet throughout all of this. Whatever sounds the night holds have continued in their own steady way, unaffected by the philosophical journey this reflection has taken. The darkness has not deepened or lightened. The weight of whatever covers you has remained what it was. The breath that has been moving through you since long before any of these ideas were encountered has been moving still, in and out, with the patient regularity that the body maintains without being asked. The body, in fact, has been doing something quite different from what the mind has been doing. While the mind has been reaching forward, the body has been simply here, simply present in this moment, in this posture, in this room. The body does not anticipate in the same way the mind does. It exists in the present, largely, by its nature. The breath does not prepare itself for tomorrow's breath. It arrives and departs in its own time, without rehearsal. There is something worth noticing in that contrast, not as a directive to be more like the body and less like the mind, but simply as an observation about the texture of this moment. Two things are happening simultaneously. The mind is moving forward through anticipated futures. The body is resting here, now, in this room, in this darkness, and both are true at once. Both are happening in the same being. The motion and the stillness coexist, neither cancelling the other. Bergson would say that This coexistence is exactly what duration is. Duration holds everything together, the memory and the anticipation, the motion and the stillness, the forward reach and the present rest, in a continuous flow that does not require these things to be resolved into a single state. They are all here, in the flow, all part of what this moment actually is. Husserl would say that the present moment is always already this rich, always already containing its retentions of the past and its pretensions of the future. The thinness we sometimes attribute to the present, the sense that the present is just this one narrow instant between what was and what will be, is an abstraction. The lived present is wide. It holds much more than a single instant. It holds the thickness of a life in progress, and James would say that the stream is still flowing. It will flow as long as consciousness flows. The quality of the stream changes. The things it moves toward change. Sometimes it moves through open and pleasant country, and sometimes it moves through more difficult terrain. But the stream itself, the continuous forward motion of a conscious life, is simply what it is. Not a problem to be solved, a fact to be accompanied. There is something worth noticing about the mind that has reached this point in the reflection. It has moved through a great deal of territory in the company of thinkers who took the human condition seriously, who did not flinch from its difficulties, who brought their full intelligence to bear on the experience of being alive in time, with an uncertain future pressing against the present, and a body that carries the weight of what the mind imagines. These thinkers were not offering easy comfort. None of them said, "Everything will be fine." None of them said, "The worrying is unnecessary." They said, in their various ways, "This is what it is to be human. This is what it is to care about things. This is what it is to be a conscious being facing a future that has not yet been decided." And there is, in that collective witnessing, something that functions like companionship. The particular solitude of the sleepless night, the sense of being alone with thoughts that do not resolve, is not entirely accurate. There have been many thousands of nights, across many centuries, in which thoughtful people lay awake with the same forward-reaching mind and turned toward the same questions. They found different ways to describe it. They found different frameworks for understanding it. But they recognized it. They were here too. The night is long. The quiet is steady. Somewhere, the distance between now and morning is getting slightly smaller, though it does not feel that way from inside duration. The things that feel pressing will still be present tomorrow, and tomorrow the world will provide what the night cannot: actual information, actual conversation, actual events in their specific, textured, unimagined form. Until then, the river flows, and you are here, in it, which is exactly where you are supposed to be. Let the breath come as it comes. Let the thoughts move where they move. Let the darkness be what it is. Let the small sounds of the night be as they are. Let the weight of what covers you be felt quietly, without requiring anything of it. The river is flowing. The night is long. There is no hurry in any direction. Sleep is welcome, but it is not required. Understanding is enough. The room is still. The light is low or absent entirely, and somewhere in the quiet you find yourself already in a conversation that has not yet happened. You are watching a version of tomorrow unfold, testing its possibilities, preparing for outcomes that may never arrive in any recognizable form. The future, which does not yet exist, takes on a strange kind of weight in these hours. It settles over you, with something approaching presence. This is what we will sit with tonight. Not to fix it, not to explain it away, but to understand it more deeply, to follow it gently into its own nature and see what it reveals about the human mind, about consciousness, about the particular and curious relationship between a person and their sense of what might come. Several philosophers and thinkers have spent considerable time with this very question, approaching it from different directions, and their ideas will move through this reflection as the hours do, quietly, without urgency. They are not being summoned here to provide answers. They are being invited because each one noticed something true about what we are doing when we lie awake and imagine the future. And their noticing is worth sharing in the quiet. Martin Heidegger, the German philosopher whose work transformed the way the 20th century thought about human existence, saw projection into the future not as a habit or a flaw, but as something fundamental to what it means to be human at all. For Heidegger, a human being is not simply a creature that exists in the present. It is, at its core, a being that throws itself forward into possibility. To be human, in his understanding, is to always be reaching ahead, to always be already living, in some sense, in what has not yet arrived. The mind that moves into tomorrow's conversation is not deviating from its proper function. It is expressing the deepest structure of what it means to be conscious at all. The Stoic philosophers, those practical thinkers of ancient Greece and Rome, were deeply interested in the relationship between what we imagine and what we suffer. They noticed, with considerable precision, that most human pain is not caused by events themselves, but by mental rehearsals of events. Seneca, writing in the 1st century, described the mind's tendency to multiply its suffering through anticipation with a directness that feels entirely contemporary. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Epictetus, who had been born into slavery and found in philosophy not an academic discipline, but a genuine practice of freedom, taught that the boundary between what is within our control and what lies beyond it is the most important distinction a thinking person can draw. The future, with its infinite possible variations, lies almost entirely beyond it. Sigmund Freud, approaching the question from the territory of psychology rather than philosophy, saw anticipatory thinking as a kind of mental preparation, a way the psyche attempts to manage anxiety by rehearsing what it fears. He called one form of this signal anxiety, the mind generating a controlled, small-scale version of anticipated difficulty in order to prepare itself before the difficulty arrives in full. Carl Jung, who began as Freud's student and later developed a significantly different understanding of the psyche, was interested in something adjacent but distinct. The way the unconscious mind uses imagined futures not only to manage anxiety, but to explore possible selves, to audition identities, to try on versions of a life that the waking mind has not yet committed to. The person who keeps imagining themselves in a different city, a different relationship, a different vocation, is not simply escaping. They are doing something the psyche requires, exploring the range of what is possible. Buddhism offers yet another angle, and in some ways the most precise one for the specific experience of lying awake at night. The Buddhist tradition is particularly careful about what it calls the grasping mind, the quality of consciousness that reaches for outcomes, clings to preferred possibilities, and generates suffering not from what is real, but from the distance between what is imagined and what is. The Pali word tanha, often translated as craving or thirst, describes this restless reaching quality in consciousness, and it sits at the heart of the Buddhist understanding of why the mind suffers even when the body is safe. The imagined future conversation that will not settle, that keeps returning in new variations, that demands resolution before sleep is allowed to come, is the grasping mind in one of its most recognizable forms. Taoist philosophy brings something quieter still. The Tao Te Ching, attributed to the sage Laozi, and composed somewhere in the early centuries of Chinese thought, returns again and again to the idea of wu wei, often translated as non-doing, or effortless action, or simply not forcing. There is something in Taoist thought that gently questions the very premise of mental forcing, of trying to control or pre-live what has not yet arrived. The water does not try to find the sea. It simply flows in the direction that the ground allows. The mind that is always trying to determine how things will go is, in the Taoist understanding, working against something rather than with it. And through all of this, running as an undercurrent, is existentialist thought. The tradition associated most immediately with Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir in the 20th century, but which draws on a much longer lineage, including Kierkegaard in the 19th century, and stretching through Heidegger himself. Existentialism is, among other things, a sustained meditation on what it means to be free in a universe that offers no guarantees, where the future is genuinely open, genuinely undetermined, and where that openness is experienced not as liberation, but as a particular weight. The anxiety that attaches to imagined future scenarios is not, in the existentialist understanding, a malfunction. It is the signature of genuine freedom. It is what freedom feels like from the inside when it is not yet understood or accepted. These ideas will not be presented as a course or a curriculum tonight. They will arise the way thoughts arise on a quiet night, following their own logic, sometimes doubling back, sometimes pausing to let something settle before moving forward. The goal is not to arrive at conclusions. The goal is to sit with these questions long enough that they begin to illuminate something about why the mind does what it does in the hours when the world goes still, something about the particular human relationship with time and uncertainty and imagined possibility, something that, perhaps, makes the experience of lying awake and thinking feel less like a problem and more like what it actually is, one of the most distinctively human things there is. So let the body settle into whatever position it has found. Let the breath find its own rhythm. The mind may continue doing what it does. That, too, is part of what we are here to understand. Before any of the ideas, before the philosophy arrives to offer its perspective, there is just the experience itself. A person lying in a room, a mind that will not quite rest, a quality of darkness that is familiar enough to be almost comforting, and a quality of quiet that, paradoxically, makes the inner activity louder rather than softer. There is no distraction here. The things that ordinarily occupy the foreground of attention, the tasks, the interactions, the movement through a day, have all receded. And in their absence, the mind finds itself alone with its own contents, with the material it has been accumulating and processing and, sometimes, actively avoiding throughout the hours of the day. The night is, in this sense, a kind of return. The mind returns to what has been deferred. It returns to the questions that could not be attended to properly in the midst of the day's demands. It returns to the relationships that carry more weight than the daylight hours provided space to examine. It returns, above all, to the future, to the territory of what has not yet been resolved, what has not yet been decided, what has not yet arrived to be navigated. This is one of the reasons the night can feel so much heavier than the day, even when the objective circumstances of both are identical. In the day, the weight is distributed across tasks and conversations, and the perpetual forward motion of a life in action. At night, it gathers. The weight that was spread thin across many hours concentrates itself into the quiet, and makes itself felt as though, for the first time. Understanding this does not lift the weight immediately, but it changes the relationship to it. The mind that understands why it is doing what it is doing has a slightly different relationship to the doing. It is not simply caught in the activity. It is also, in some small part, observing it, and the observation, even when it changes nothing right away, introduces a degree of perspective that pure immersion cannot provide. This is what philosophy, at its most useful, offers. Not solutions to the things that keep the mind awake, but perspective. The capacity to step back from an experience far enough to see its shape, its logic, its place in the larger territory of what it means to be a thinking, feeling, anticipating human being. Begin with the simplest observation. Before the philosophy, before the analysis, just the plain fact of it. You are lying still, and your mind is elsewhere. Not in memory, not drifting in pure sensation, but somewhere ahead of you in time, inhabiting a scene that has not yet occurred. Watching yourself move through a conversation, or a meeting, or an arrival, or a confrontation, or a silence. The body is at rest. The mind is at work. And the work it is doing feels, in some strange way, urgent, as though by rehearsing this scene one more time, by adjusting the words again, by imagining the other person's expression more carefully, something will be prepared, something will be made safer, something will be resolved. This is one of the most familiar forms of human experience, and one of the least examined. We accept it as given, as the way things are, without pausing to ask what it actually reveals about the structure of conscious life. Why should the mind move forward rather than backward? Why should it construct simulations of the future rather than rest in the present? Why, in the quietest and most unconstrained hours of the day, does it choose anticipation over stillness? Heidegger called this quality of human existence Entwurf, usually translated as projection. His understanding was precise, and once you sit with it for a while, quite remarkable. He argued that human beings do not simply live in the present the way a stone sits on the ground, or the way water fills a vessel. A stone is just there. It does not project itself into next week. Water does not rehearse how it will fill tomorrow's glass. but a human being exists, in Heidegger's language, as possibility. We are always, in some sense, ahead of ourselves. The German word he used for human existence was Dasein, which translates simply as being there. But his point was that this being there is never just here, never just now. Dasein is always thrown forward, always anticipating, always already living into the next moment, the next situation, the possible outcomes of the decisions it is navigating. We do not have the option of existing only in the present moment in the way a non-conscious thing exists. Our very consciousness is structured by temporal extension. The past shapes us. The future draws us forward. To be human, in this understanding, is to be perpetually in draft form. You may want to sit with that idea for a moment, not as a problem to be solved, more as a recognition of something you may have always sensed, but never quite had language for. You are not malfunctioning when your mind races ahead into tomorrow. You are doing something that, according to Heidegger, is built into the very structure of human consciousness. The animal resting in the field is fully present, its awareness bounded by the immediate environment, the smell of the grass, the warmth of the sun. The human resting in the bed is already in next Tuesday's meeting, already in the conversation that will happen on the phone tomorrow morning, already in the apartment of a decision that hasn't been made yet. This is not a failure of mindfulness. This is the shape of a mind. Consider a person lying awake on a Sunday night. The week ahead has a particular texture, a presentation to give to people whose reactions matter, a conversation that has been deferred too long and has accumulated complexity in the deferral, a decision that keeps refusing to resolve itself into clarity. She is not anxious exactly. She is not in obvious distress. She is simply rehearsing, running the week forward in her mind, testing each moment for its likely resistance, feeling where the friction might gather, preparing herself for what she imagines the friction will feel like. This quality of mental rehearsal is not irrational. In fact, from a purely evolutionary standpoint, the capacity for mental simulation is one of the great cognitive advantages our species possesses. The ability to imagine events before they occur, to test responses in the mind before committing the body to them, to learn from imagined failure before experiencing real failure. This is part of what has made human life so extraordinarily adaptive, so creative, so capable of operating in genuinely novel circumstances without precedent. A deer startled in the forest responds with the behaviors its nervous system has prepared over thousands of generations. A human being encountering a new kind of challenge can reason through it, model it, test possible responses against imagined versions of it, and arrive at a response that has never existed before. This is remarkable. The nighttime mind, running its scenarios, is part of this same remarkable capacity. The philosopher Daniel Dennett, writing about consciousness from a tradition quite different from Heidegger's, described the human brain as fundamentally an anticipation machine. Its primary business, in this account, is not to respond to what is happening, but to predict what is about to happen. Every perception is already shaped by expectation. Every moment of experience is preceded by a model of what that moment is likely to contain. And perception is largely the process of confirming, adjusting, or correcting that model against incoming data. Consciousness, in this view, is less a window on the present than a running simulation of possible presents, constantly updated, constantly revised. Freud, approaching the same phenomenon from the direction of psychoanalysis, described what he called signal anxiety. His thinking was as follows: the most primitive and overwhelming form of anxiety is the experience of being flooded by a threat one cannot process. The infant left alone, the person caught in genuine danger, the psyche confronted with something for which it has no adequate response. This kind of anxiety is the psyche overwhelmed. But signal anxiety is different. Signal anxiety is anticipatory, managed, controlled. It is the mind generating a small, calibrated version of anticipated difficulty in order to prepare a response before the difficulty arrives. The rehearsal of tomorrow's difficult meeting is, in this sense, the psyche being protective. It is trying to prevent itself from being overwhelmed by ensuring that no aspect of the experience arrives as a complete surprise. There is something almost tender in this understanding. The mind that will not let you rest, that keeps running the same conversations and scenarios through the quiet hours, is not tormenting you. It is trying, in the way it knows, to take care of you. It is preparing you. It is doing what it has always done, the thing that made human survival possible, anticipating difficulty before it arrives, so that when it arrives, it is not entirely novel. And yet, the preparation, as we will explore, is not always effective in the way it intends to be. The scenarios that are rehearsed most intensively are often the ones that arrive, when they arrive, in forms that bear only partial resemblance to the rehearsed version. The mind has prepared for one conversation, and a different one occurs. The preparation has addressed possible responses to imagined reactions, and the actual reactions were ones the imagination did not supply. This gap between the imagined and the actual is not a failure of imagination. It is simply the nature of other people, of real events, of the irreducible unpredictability of the world as it actually unfolds. At night, when the other inputs have quieted, when there is no task immediately demanding attention, this anticipatory function does not simply turn off. It continues, and in some cases it amplifies, because the competition from other stimuli has been removed. In the daytime, the mind is occupied with the actual. There are things to do, people to respond to, immediate demands that draw the attention into the present. At night, the present becomes sparse. The weight of the blanket, the quality of the darkness, the distant sound of something passing outside, these are all the present offers. And so the mind, finding itself relatively unoccupied by immediate reality, turns to its secondary occupation, the future. This is worth holding, not in order to judge it, not to find it excessive or to wish it were different, simply to recognize its depth and its logic. When you find yourself lying awake, constructing an imagined scene for the third or fourth or 10th time, replaying a conversation that exists only as possibility, reaching for resolution that keeps receding, you are doing something that is both ancient and sophisticated. You are doing what human beings have always done in the dark, reaching forward, preparing, imagining the shape of what might come so that it might, perhaps, be met with something other than total surprise. The question worth sitting with is not whether we should do this. The question is what it means, what it costs, what it reveals about the relationship between the mind and time, between consciousness and uncertainty, between the self that exists now and the self that is perpetually being constructed in the imagination of a possible future. And that question opens quietly into something much larger, much more interesting, and worth following slowly through the rest of the night. There is one more dimension of this forward-projecting quality worth sitting with before we move on. When Heidegger described the human being as thrown into existence, he meant something specific and somewhat humbling. We did not choose the conditions of our arrival. We did not select our bodies, our families, the historical moment we were born into, the culture that shaped our earliest sense of what is real and what matters. We were, in his language, thrown, and the projection into future possibilities that occupies the mind at night is, in some ways, the mind's response to this thrownness. It is the part of consciousness that is attempting to exercise some degree of authorship over what comes next, given that it had no authorship over what came before. This is not a small thing. The imagined future is partly the mind's way of asserting that it is not simply a product of its conditions, that it is not only what it has been made by circumstance to be, that there is a self here that can shape what comes next, even if it could not shape what came before. The scenarios being rehearsed are not only preparations for specific events. They are also, in their way, expressions of the belief that the future is genuinely open, that choice is genuinely possible, that the self is not entirely determined by the forces that have shaped it so far. This belief is worth holding, even in the quiet hours when the mind is exhausted by its own projecting. The reaching forward is not only anxiety, it is also something like hope. Not the uncritical hope that everything will go well, but the deeper and more durable hope that the future is genuinely open, that what has not yet happened is not already determined, that something real remains possible. This quality of reaching, when it is held with some lightness, is one of the most distinctively human qualities there is. The animal does not reach forward into imagined possibility. The stone does not project itself into what it might become. Only a consciousness capable of genuine self-reflection, capable of standing at some distance from its own immediate experience and imagining what else might be possible, does what the mind does in the quiet hours of a long and sleepless night. And there is one further thing worth noticing before leaving this first territory. The imagined futures that the mind produces at night are not random. They cluster around the things that matter most, around the relationships where there is genuine investment, the work that carries genuine meaning, the decisions that feel as though they touch something central to the question of who we are and what our life is for. The mind does not lie awake, rehearsing trivial conversations or imagining the outcomes of small decisions. It reserves its nocturnal energy for the things that carry weight. And this, in its own way, is a kind of honesty. The nighttime mind reveals through the scenarios it cannot put down exactly where the genuine concerns of a life are located. It shows us, with considerable accuracy, what we care about. And caring, as Heidegger understood, is not a weakness. It is the structure of a life that is actually lived. There is a young professional, somewhere in his late 20s, who lies awake most nights before any significant conversation. Not in dread exactly, though dread is somewhere in the room. More in a state of concentrated preparation. He runs the conversation forward, inventing the other person's responses, testing his own words, adjusting the tone, removing a phrase that might come across as defensive, adding one that might convey confidence without arrogance, starting again from the beginning when something feels wrong. By the time he finally falls asleep, he has already had the conversation dozens of times in his mind. He has been thorough. He has been diligent. He has covered the important possibilities. And yet the conversation, when it arrives, almost never goes the way he imagined. The other person says something unexpected in the first 30 seconds, something that shifts the entire context. The tone he had carefully prepared is slightly wrong for the actual room. His rehearsed lines either do not arise or arrive in the wrong moment and fall flat or feel forced. He adapts, as people do, because adaptation is what he is actually good at, and the conversation concludes reasonably well. But the dozens of hours spent in rehearsal seem, looking back, to have been only loosely connected to what actually occurred. This is one of the central observations of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics were not opposed to preparation. They were not advocates of passivity or indifference to outcomes. Marcus Aurelius, who was both a Stoic philosopher and the Emperor of Rome, spent considerable time thinking about how to act well in difficult circumstances. He prepared. He thought ahead. But he returned constantly, in his private journals, to a distinction that he considered foundational, the distinction between what is within his power and what is not. Epictetus, who had been enslaved in his early life and came to Stoic philosophy not as an academic exercise, but as a genuine practice of inner freedom, stated this distinction with characteristic directness. He wrote that some things are in our power and some are not. In our power are opinion, motivation, desire, aversion, and whatever is our own action. Not in our power are our body, reputation, office, and whatever is not our own action. And the crucial point, the one worth sitting with carefully, is that the future belongs almost entirely to the second category. The conversation you are rehearsing has not yet occurred, and when it does occur, it will involve another person's reactions, the specific quality of the room, the accumulated mood of both participants, and countless other variables that no amount of mental preparation can determine in advance. The Stoics were making a distinction between the act of preparation, which can be genuinely useful, and the attachment to a particular outcome, which generates a quality of suffering that is independent of whether the outcome actually arrives. You can prepare for a conversation by thinking about what you want to say and why. That is one thing. But when the preparation becomes a demand that the conversation go a particular way, when the mental rehearsal is driven not by genuine curiosity about the situation, but by a need to predetermine the outcome, something has changed. The preparation has become a negotiation with a future that is not available to negotiate. Seneca, writing to his friend Lucilius, in letters that have survived intact for nearly 2,000 years, made an observation about the relationship between anticipation and suffering. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. The Latin carries a precision that most translations only approximate. He was not saying that imagination is not painful. Clearly it is, or people would not lie awake in it. He was saying that the imagination generates a quality of suffering that tends to be in excess of what the actual event produces, because the imagined version has no natural boundary. It expands to fill the space available. It generates new dimensions of concern with each iteration. The actual event, however difficult, is particular and finite. It occupies a specific time, has a specific texture, and eventually ends. The imagined version has no such limitation. Think of something you have genuinely dreaded. A medical appointment, a confrontation that had been building for months, a moment of professional exposure. How many hours did you spend in the imagined version of it, running through its worst possibilities, inhabiting its anticipated discomforts? And when the actual event arrived, when the real thing happened rather than the imagined one, how often did you find that the reality, however difficult, had a different quality than the dread? It was concrete. It was happening to you rather than being imagined by you. It demanded your actual presence rather than your anticipatory preparation. And it ended. The imagined version had been something else entirely. Diffuse, expanding, capable of incorporating new fears as fast as old ones were addressed. The rehearsed conversation can always, in imagination, take a worse turn. There is always another way it could go badly, another angle that has not yet been prepared for, another response that could make things more complicated. The mind that is seeking resolution through rehearsal is seeking something the rehearsal cannot provide, because imagination is generative rather than delimiting. It does not close possibilities. It opens them. Freud noticed this in a particular way. He described certain kinds of repetitive thinking as the mind's attempt to transform a passive experience into an active one. When something is uncertain, when it is happening to us, rather than being determined by us, a particular quality of distress arises. The feeling is one of being subject to forces beyond our influence. The rehearsal, the mental running forward of scenarios, is partly an attempt to convert that passivity into agency. By imagining the scenario, by playing both parts, by directing the mental theatre, the mind creates a felt sense of authorship over something it cannot actually control. The sensation is one of doing something about the situation, even when the doing is only imaginary. There is genuine relief in this felt agency, however temporary. The mind that is rehearsing the difficult conversation feels less helpless than the mind that is simply sitting with its uncertainty. The rehearsal creates the sensation of forward motion, the feeling of work being done, ground being covered, preparation being made. And this sensation is not entirely false. Some preparation is genuinely useful. Working out in advance what you actually want to say can help. Thinking through the other person's likely perspective can deepen empathy and improve the quality of actual conversation. The preparation is not worthless. The question is whether the particular quality of late-night rehearsal, that urgent, repetitive, resolution-seeking quality, is actually producing the useful preparation, or whether it crossed that threshold some time ago and has since been generating something else entirely. The Stoics would offer a gentle redirecting here. Rather than asking whether the imagined conversation is well prepared, they would ask, what is actually within your power here? The answer is probably something like, the clarity of your own intentions, the quality of your listening when the actual conversation occurs, your willingness to be honest about your own perspective and genuinely open to theirs. That is the territory of the controllable. The other person's reactions, the specific way the conversation unfolds, the outcome in terms of whether things resolve in the way you hope, these are not in the same territory. And the suffering that attaches to the rehearsal is largely the suffering of a mind that has not yet made this distinction, that is spending its energy trying to predetermine something that is not available to be predetermined. Marcus Aurelius, writing to himself in the Meditations, returned to this point with striking regularity. He was surrounded by people whose behavior he found frustrating, whose decisions he could not control, whose reactions did not always reflect the values he was trying to embody. And he kept arriving at the same observation. What others do is not in my power. What I do, how I respond, what I bring to the encounter, these are within my power. He did not arrive at this conclusion once and then move on. He had to keep arriving at it, which suggests something important. The recognition that the future is beyond control does not come as a single revelation and then stay settled. It is a recognition that has to be made again and again, in each new situation, each new anticipation. The Stoics also practiced something they called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. This is often misunderstood as a technique for inducing pessimism or for dwelling in worst-case scenarios. It is something more specific. By imagining, deliberately, and with some care, the worst plausible outcome of a situation, the Stoic practitioner was attempting to do two things. First, to loosen the grip of attachment to preferred outcomes by discovering that the worst outcome is more survivable in imagination than the anxiety about it suggests. And second, to allow the mind to discover its own resilience. The person who has sat with the imagined failure, the imagined rejection, the imagined difficult conversation gone badly, and found that they survived it in imagination, has discovered something about their own capacity that the avoidance of such imagining could not reveal. This is a different relationship to imagined futures than the one most of us maintain in the quiet hours of the night. Most nighttime rehearsal is oriented toward preferred outcomes. We are trying to find the version of events that feels safe, the word arrangement that will produce the right response, the scenario in which things go well. The Stoics would gently suggest a different approach. Consider the version that does not go well. Sit with it. Notice that you survive it in imagination, and that this survival reflects a real capacity. Notice that the imagined failure, when it is held clearly rather than avoided, tends to be smaller than the anxiety about it. But perhaps, for tonight, simply noticing the quality of the rehearsal is enough. Simply sitting with the recognition that what feels like preparation is also, in part, the mind's attempt to manufacture certainty in a space that cannot hold it. The future is open. It is genuinely, irresolvably open, and no amount of mental simulation will close it before it arrives. The room is still. The darkness holds everything equally. Let the mind do what it does, but somewhere in the noticing, something slightly different may become available. Not resolution, something closer to acceptance. The acceptance that the future is not available tonight, that it will arrive when it arrives, and that the self that meets it will be capable of more than the anxious rehearsal currently believes. there is something worth dwelling with in this idea of capability. The mind that is running its rehearsals in the small hours is, in some sense, not trusting itself. Not trusting that when the actual conversation arrives, the actual self will find actual words that are adequate to the actual moment. The rehearsal is partly a vote of no confidence in the present self's ability to respond genuinely, in real time, to real circumstances. It is as though the mind believes that only the prepared self, the self that has covered every possibility in advance, will be sufficient. The spontaneous self, the self that simply responds to what is actually happening, is treated as though it cannot be trusted. And yet, when you consider the actual conversations that have gone well in your life, the moments of genuine connection, the exchanges that were meaningful, they were almost never the ones that were most thoroughly rehearsed. The rehearsed version of a conversation tends to produce a quality of performance, a slight unreality, a sense in both participants that something scripted is being delivered rather than something genuinely felt. The conversations that matter tend to arise from genuine presence, from actually listening to what the other person is saying and responding to it honestly, from allowing the moment to unfold rather than directing it toward a predetermined destination. This is not an argument against all preparation, but it is an observation about the difference between preparing your intentions, your honesty, your genuine desire for a good outcome, and preparing your performance. The former is genuinely useful and probably undervalued. The latter is the kind of preparation that the midnight rehearsal tends to produce, and it tends to produce a quality of interaction that is paradoxically less connected than the unprepared kind. There is a woman sitting on a late train. The city has thinned at the windows, giving way to dark fields and the occasional scattered light of a farmhouse. She has been offered a new position at work, something she has wanted for some time, and she should, by ordinary logic, feel something like satisfaction. Instead, she is 3 months ahead of herself. She is already in the new role, testing whether it feels right, imagining the specific texture of a Tuesday morning in the unfamiliar office, wondering whether the colleagues she is leaving will matter more to her than she currently expects, anticipating the possibility that the thing she has wanted will be subtly disappointing once she has it. The offered position is entirely real. The dissatisfaction she is currently feeling is entirely imaginary. And yet the imaginary feeling is in some ways more present to her than the real one. This quality of reaching ahead, of inhabiting preferred futures before they arrive, and finding in that inhabiting a particular kind of suffering, is what Buddhist philosophy identifies as one of the central mechanisms of mental anguish. The Pali concept of upadana, often translated as clinging or grasping or attachment, describes the mind's tendency to grip an anticipated outcome and derive from that gripping a quality of restlessness that does not resolve until the outcome arrives, and sometimes not even then. The Buddhist analysis is subtle enough to deserve some careful attention, because it is frequently misunderstood as a counsel of indifference. It does not say that the future should be irrelevant to the mind. It does not say that planning is a mistake, that caring about outcomes is foolish, or that the right way to live is without hope or preference. What it says is something more precise, that the quality of consciousness with which we relate to future possibilities contains, in most cases, a kind of grasping, a wanting things to be a particular way that is already, in its very structure, the seed of a particular kind of suffering. The Pali word tanha appears throughout the earliest Buddhist texts. It is usually translated as craving or thirst. The image of thirst is instructive. Thirst is not simply the desire for water. It is the quality of urgent, uncomfortable wanting that arises when something the body requires is not immediately available. The mind that is lying awake rehearsing a future conversation is, in this sense, thirsty. It wants the meeting to go well. It wants the relationship to develop in a particular direction. It wants the decision to turn out to have been the right one. It wants certainty, resolution, the settled feeling of a future that has already been successfully navigated. And because none of these things are present, because they exist only as possibilities that may or may not materialize, the wanting generates a restlessness that keeps cycling through scenario after scenario in search of what it needs. What is important to notice here is that the attachment is not to the future event itself. It is to a particular version of the future event. The mind does not simply think about tomorrow's conversation. It wants tomorrow's conversation to go a specific way. The distinction is significant. A mind that was simply curious about tomorrow, that was genuinely open to how it might unfold, would not be lying awake at 2 a.m. rehearsing it. The rehearsal is driven by preference, by a leaning toward one outcome and away from others, by the specific quality of wanting rather than simply of attending. And the grasping generates activity. The more strongly the mind is attached to a particular version of the future, the more it returns to that future. The more it tests and retests the scenario, the more it turns the same variables over in different combinations, looking for the arrangement that will produce the settled feeling of having secured the preferred outcome. Each iteration generates a small spike of relief when it produces a version that feels good, followed by a return of unease when the mind remembers that the version is imaginary and the actual event is still undetermined. The relief is temporary. The unease is waiting. There is something genuinely poignant in this. The person rehearsing tomorrow's difficult conversation is not trying to suffer. They are trying, in the way available to them, to take care of themselves, to reduce uncertainty, to prepare. The care is real. The intention is good. And yet the preparation itself, driven as it is by attachment to a preferred outcome, generates the very state they are trying to avoid. The mind tightens around the imagined scenario because it wants something from it, and the tightening is precisely what keeps it awake. The Buddhist teacher Ajahn Chah once described the relationship between grasping and peace with a simplicity that can stop the mind entirely if encountered at the right moment. If you let go a little, you will have a little peace. If you let go a lot, you will have a lot of peace. If you let go completely, you will have complete peace. Notice that this is not about caring less or becoming indifferent to outcomes. It is about the quality of the holding. The peace described is not the peace of someone who has stopped wanting anything. It is the peace of a mind that relates to its wanting with some degree of openness, that can hold the preference without being gripped by it. Notice how that idea sits. There is a quality of mind that can hold the future lightly, that can think about tomorrow, consider its possibilities, prepare where preparation is genuinely useful, and then, at some point, release the outcome. Not with the forced acceptance of someone who is suppressing their real concern, but with something more like genuine trust. The trust that the actual event, when it arrives, will be workable. That whatever happens will be something the self can engage with, respond to, learn from. That the future does not need to be pre-lived in order to be survived. This is genuinely difficult. The mind does not experience the releasing as optional. The rehearsal does not feel voluntary. It feels necessary, urgent, as though stopping would leave something unprepared, as though releasing the scenario would be a kind of abandonment of responsibility for one's own life. The urgency is real. The question worth sitting with is whether the urgency accurately reflects the situation, or whether it is the grasping mind mistaking its own anxiety for a genuine requirement. Buddhist thought is remarkable for its compassion toward the grasping quality of the mind. The tradition does not treat grasping as a moral failure or a personal weakness. It treats it as the predictable result of an untrained mind encountering the conditions of existence. Of course, the mind grasps. The mind that has not been given another way to relate to uncertainty will naturally try to resolve that uncertainty through repeated mental engagement with possible outcomes. Grasping is not failure. It is what minds do when they have not been shown another way. The other way, as the Buddhist tradition presents it, is not the suppression of wanting, but a particular quality of awareness. The awareness that can notice the arising of preference without immediately becoming the preference. That can observe the grasping impulse as something the mind is doing, rather than as something the mind is. A meditator practicing basic awareness might watch a thought arise and simply note, wanting. Not this specific want or that specific want, just the bare quality of wanting as an event in consciousness. In this noting, something shifts slightly. The thought is still present, but the identification with it loosens. The wanting is there, but there is also, beside it or underneath it, a space that is not defined by the wanting. A space that is simply aware. The imagined future conversation that arises in the mind at midnight is a thought. It is an event in consciousness. It has a particular quality of urgency and vividness, but it is not the conversation itself. It is the mind's model of a possible conversation, generated by a consciousness that relates to uncertainty by simulating possible versions of the thing it is uncertain about. This is worth holding very gently. The model is not the thing. The imagined version is not the actual event. Both of these things can be true at the same time. The imagined conversation can feel extremely real and pressing, and it can also be, at the same time, a model, a simulation, a story the mind is telling itself about something that has not yet happened and may not happen in any recognizable form. The Buddhist tradition would not say, "Stop imagining." It would say, "Notice that you are imagining." There is a difference between the mind that is consumed by its simulation and the mind that can observe its own simulation with some degree of clarity. The latter is not less engaged with the future. It is engaged differently. It holds the imagined scenario with somewhat less urgency, somewhat more lightness, somewhat more of the basic recognition that the model is not the thing. The blanket has a weight. The pillow has a particular texture. The room holds its darkness quietly and completely. These are present. The conversation that is being rehearsed is not here yet. Both of these things can be true simultaneously. The mind can be aware of its own imagining, and the body can rest in the actual present. And somewhere in that gap between the two, a small and genuine spaciousness may open. Not resolution, not the settled clarity of having secured the preferred outcome. Something quieter than that. Something that does not require the future to cooperate. It is worth noticing, as you lie still, that the body is not actually suffering tonight. The difficulty that is being rehearsed has not yet arrived. The conversation that is being prepared for is not yet happening. The decision that is being turned over has not yet been made, and its consequences are not yet being felt. Right now, in this actual moment, the situation is manageable. The only suffering present is the suffering generated by the imagining of suffering that might arrive. And the imagining, as the Buddhist tradition has consistently observed, is the grasping mind mistaking its own projections for the actual texture of experience. There is a quality of awareness that can hold this recognition without making it into another thing to grasp for. Not, I must stop imagining and be present, but more simply, this is imagining, and the body is here, and both can be true, and neither needs to be resolved right now. The imagining can continue if it will. The body can rest in the actual present if it can. And somewhere in the allowing of both, without forcing a resolution, something may begin, of its own accord, to settle. There is something particular that happens in the mind at night, something that goes beyond rehearsing tomorrow's meeting or preparing for next week's difficult conversation. Sometimes the imagined scenarios are larger than that. They reach further forward into configurations of life that are not simply tomorrow's challenges, but possible futures entirely, lives that could be lived, selves that could be inhabited, paths that have not yet been taken and may never be. The mind moves through these larger possibilities with a quality that is distinct from the anxious rehearsal of anticipated difficulties. It is more exploratory, more curious, more willing to linger in a possibility just long enough to feel its full texture before moving to another. A person imagines themselves in a different city, with a different set of morning routines, a different view from a window they have never stood at, or they imagine a different professional identity, one in which the work feels genuinely meaningful rather than merely competent. Or they imagine a version of a relationship that is different from the one they are in, or will be in, and they inhabit that version long enough to notice how it feels, what it offers, what it would cost. These imagined futures are not, in most cases, plans. They are something more like explorations. The mind is not deciding anything. It is testing, probing, discovering what different configurations of a possible self would feel like from the inside. Carl Jung was deeply interested in this quality of the psyche. Where Freud was concerned primarily with the past, with the origins of psychological patterns in early experience, and the way repressed material shapes current behavior, Jung was equally interested in what he called the teleological dimension of the unconscious, its orientation not only backward toward its origins, but forward toward its potential. The psyche, in Jung's understanding, is not simply managing past wounds or present anxieties. It is also engaged in a perpetual exploration of what it might become. Jung proposed the individuation process as the central psychological work of a human life. Individuation is not a simple or linear thing. It is the gradual, lifelong work of becoming more fully oneself, of integrating the various dimensions of the personality rather than suppressing some in favor of others, of allowing the full range of what one is to find expression in an actual life. And central to this process, in Jung's understanding, is the psyche's ongoing exploration of possible selves, the imagined futures that arise at night, the fantasies of different lives, different choices, different configurations of identity, are not idle distractions. They are the psyche doing its deeper work. They are the unconscious holding open the question of what is possible, of what dimensions of the self remain unlived. Jung wrote about what he called the shadow, the aspects of the personality that have been set aside, repressed, or simply never activated in the course of forming a particular identity. The shadow is not simply the negative or the destructive, though it can include those things. It also contains the unlived life, the capacities not developed, the paths not taken, the qualities suppressed in the service of becoming a particular kind of person in a particular kind of world, a person who has spent many years being reliable and responsible may find, arising unexpectedly in the quiet of the night, fantasies of irresponsibility, of risk, of radical departure from the established self. A person who has constructed a very controlled and careful exterior may find the imagined futures returning repeatedly to something wilder, less managed, more genuinely expressive. These are not simply the escapist fantasies of an unhappy person. They are the shadow asserting its presence, the unlived life making its case. The nighttime imagination, with its freedom from the constraints of daytime practicality and social presentation, is one of the spaces where the shadow surfaces, where the unlived life asserts its presence, where the psyche is free to explore what the managed, curated, socially appropriate daytime self does not allow. This is worth taking seriously rather than dismissing. The imagined futures that feel most alive, most vivid, most insistently recurring, may be pointing toward something genuinely important about what the actual life is missing. Think of the person who has spent 15 years building a career in a field they entered practically rather than passionately, who finds themselves, in the quiet before sleep, repeatedly drawn to imagined versions of a different professional life. They are not simply being restless or ungrateful. They are not simply escaping the difficulties of the present. The psyche is doing something it requires, holding open the question of what else might be possible, maintaining contact with dimensions of the self that the chosen life has not yet had the opportunity to express. Whether or not anything is done about this in the actual world, the imagining is serving a function. It is keeping something alive. The existentialist tradition has its own, more austere way of engaging with this experience. Jean-Paul Sartre, in Being and Nothingness, described what he called the anguish of freedom. His argument was that human beings are genuinely free, more genuinely free than the comfortable stories we tell about ourselves usually acknowledge. We are not fixed entities with predetermined essences. There is no human nature, in the classical sense, that tells us what we must become. we become through the accumulation of our actual choices. And this genuine freedom, rather than feeling liberating, tends to feel heavy. It feels heavy because every choice is, simultaneously, the exclusion of every other choice. Every path taken is every other path abandoned. Every version of the self that is actualized is every other version left unlived. Sartre's thought is often misrepresented as a kind of harsh individualism, a philosophy of radical self-creation without support. But what he was actually describing was something more honest, and in some ways more uncomfortable. The experience of being genuinely responsible for the shape of one's own life, the imagined future selves, the alternative possibilities explored in the quiet of the night, are in this sense a confrontation with freedom. The mind is testing the range of what is possible, and in doing so, it is also encountering the weight of the choices that would be required to actualize any of them. Soren Kierkegaard, writing in the 19th century in a tradition that Sartre would later develop, described the experience of genuine possibility with a phrase that has a particular accuracy: the dizziness of freedom. The image is precise. When you stand at the edge of a genuine choice, when the future is genuinely open and genuinely yours to shape, the sensation is not simply one of opportunity. It is also, in an almost physical sense, vertiginous. The openness itself is what unsettles. The freedom is real, and the freedom is also the source of a specific kind of anxiety that no amount of preparation or rehearsal can entirely resolve, because the anxiety is not about the specific outcome, but about the condition of freedom itself. This is why imagined futures at night so often feel both alluring and exhausting. Alluring because they represent genuine possibility, genuine dimensions of the self not yet actualized, genuine life not yet lived. Exhausting because each one carries with it the weight of what would need to be released in order to pursue it. The imagined future in the different city requires leaving this one. The imagined version of the more meaningful work requires giving something up. The imagined self that is braver, more expressive, less careful, requires the actual self to become braver, more expressive, less careful, and the actual self, in its current form, may not feel ready for that. Jung had something important to say about resolution here, though it is not the resolution the anxious mind tends to want. He did not believe that the tension between possible selves could be resolved by choice alone, that it was simply a matter of deciding clearly and committing fully. The individuation process, in his understanding, is lifelong. The work is not to choose one possible self and permanently abandon all others. It is to remain in conversation with the full range of what one might be, to allow that range to inform how one actually lives, to bring as much of the unlived life into the lived life as the actual circumstances of an existence allow. This will not dissolve the anguish that Sartre described, but it places it in a different context. The multiplicity of possible selves is not a problem to be solved by clarity of decision. It is a feature of being human, a feature worth being curious about rather than trying to resolve in the middle of the night. The imagined futures are the psyche exploring its own range. They are valuable in that exploration. They are not necessarily instructions. There is a particular quality to the mind when it is genuinely curious about its own possibilities rather than anxious about its choices. The curiosity is lighter, more spacious. The imagined scenarios feel more like genuine explorations than urgent rehearsals. The futures are held with some openness, some genuine wondering, rather than with the tight grip of someone who needs to determine the correct answer before sleep is allowed to come. You may notice this distinction in your own experience. Some imagined futures are held tightly, pursued relentlessly through the night, turned over and over in search of a resolution that keeps receding. Others arise more gently, are entertained with something approaching pleasure, are allowed to unfold, and then dissolve without demanding a decision. The latter are closer to what Jung was describing, the psyche at play in the landscape of its own possibilities, doing the kind of exploration that is nourishing rather than depleting. The room is quiet. The imagined futures are present, perhaps several of them, perhaps competing, perhaps arising one from another, in long chains of associated possibility. Let them be present without requiring them to immediately become decisions. They are the mind's way of remaining alive to what it contains, alive to the full range of what this particular human life might yet become. That is something. That is worth noticing without immediately resolving. There is something else in the Jungian perspective that is worth sitting with quietly. Jung believed that the images arising in the imagination, particularly in the drowsy, unguarded space between waking and sleep, are not simply the products of personal anxiety or individual history. They are also, in his understanding, expressions of what he called the collective unconscious, a deep layer of psychic life that is not personal but shared, not individual but human, containing the accumulated symbolic inheritance of the entire species. The imagined futures that feel most vivid, most charged with meaning, most insistently present, may be touching something in this deeper layer. They may be speaking in the language of what Jung called archetypes, patterns of experience so fundamental and so recurring across all human cultures that they have their own symbolic grammar. The figure you keep imagining yourself speaking to, the authority whose approval is being sought in the rehearsed conversation, the mentor or rival or beloved whose imagined response determines the emotional quality of the entire scenario. These figures may be more than representations of actual people in your life. They may be carrying archetypal weight. The authority figure may be carrying the archetype of the father, the judge, the keeper of standards. The rival may be carrying the shadow. The beloved may be carrying something that belongs as much to the imagination as to any actual relationship. This is not a counsel to become suspicious of your own imagined scenarios, but it is an invitation to hold them with somewhat more curiosity and somewhat less literalism. The conversation being rehearsed is real in the sense that it involves real people and real circumstances, but it is also always a construction of the imagining mind, shaped by layers of meaning that go deeper than the specific situation. What is being sought in the imagined exchange may be something much older and more fundamental than the actual conversation can provide. And recognizing this, gently, without conclusion, can loosen something in the urgency of the rehearsal. There is a particular sensation that accompanies the imagining of future scenarios, something that is not quite dread and not quite excitement, but inhabits a space between them with its own distinct character. It is the sensation of not knowing. of holding a situation in the mind while being unable to determine its outcome, of facing something genuinely open, something that could resolve in any number of directions, none of which can be confirmed in advance. Uncertainty has a physical quality. You may recognize it as a slight tension somewhere in the chest, or a particular restlessness in the legs or hands, or a quality of alertness in the mind that resists the body's movement toward rest. The uncertainty is not simply an intellectual state, an abstract recognition that certain things are not yet known. It registers in the nervous system as something that requires a response, as though the unknown outcome were itself a kind of threat requiring readiness. This physiological response is not irrational. The nervous system evolved under conditions in which uncertainty frequently meant danger. The uncertain sound in the dark, the unfamiliar quality of an approaching situation, the unknown intentions of a stranger. These were, for the vast majority of human evolutionary history, genuine threats that required genuine physical readiness. The body that responded to uncertainty with alertness and preparation was better positioned to survive it than the body that responded with indifference. The wakefulness that uncertainty produces is the nervous system doing exactly what its long history has prepared it to do. But the uncertainty that most of us carry through the modern night has a different character, even when the body's response to it is similar. It is the uncertainty of open questions rather than immediate physical threats. Will this relationship find its natural shape? Will this career eventually produce the meaning it was entered with? Will the choices being made now look wise or foolish when seen from a greater distance? Will the person I am becoming be someone the person I am now would recognize and respect? These are genuine questions. They are not trivial, but they are not, in most cases, threats in the evolutionary sense. They are the questions that arise from being a conscious, self-aware creature who knows that the future is real and that it will contain the consequences of current choices, but who cannot see it from where they currently stand. These questions have no answers yet. They cannot be resolved through rehearsal. They will be answered, if they are answered at all, only by the actual passage of time and the accumulation of actual events. The actual conversation will happen, and then it will be known how it went. The actual decision will be made, and time will reveal whether it was wise. The relationship will unfold in its actual way, and the unfolding will provide information that the imagining cannot supply. And yet the mind, in the quiet of the night, keeps returning to these questions, keeps turning them over, keeps testing possible answers against the available evidence, knowing somewhere in the turning that the evidence is insufficient and the answers are not yet available. The existentialist philosophers had a particular sensitivity to this quality of experience. Albert Camus, writing in the early 1940s in a France occupied by a foreign power, surrounded by circumstances of genuine uncertainty and genuine danger, described what he called the absurd condition. The absurd, in his precise use of the word, is not a characteristic of the world alone, nor a characteristic of human consciousness alone, but the relationship between them. Human consciousness has a deep desire for clarity, for meaning, for coherent narrative, and the world, in Camus' understanding, is genuinely indifferent to this desire. It does not provide the clarity being sought. It does not guarantee that the meaning imposed on events will hold. It does not confirm or deny the stories we tell about what our lives are for. The absurd is the gap between the human need for meaning and the world's silence on the subject, and the experience of lying awake, turning uncertain futures over in the mind without arriving at the resolution being sought, is one of the most immediate and common encounters with this gap. The mind is asking questions that the future is not yet prepared to answer. It is, in Camus's language, calling out to the world and receiving no reply. Camus was not despairing about this. His response to the absurd condition was not resignation or nihilism, but what he called revolt, a determined, clear-eyed engagement with life in spite of its uncertainty, a refusal to pretend that the questions are answered when they are not, combined with an equally determined refusal to be paralyzed by their openness. He wrote of living without appeal, of committing to the present moment in the full knowledge that certainty is not on offer, and that this lack of certainty is simply the actual condition of an actual life. There is something steady in this, though it takes time to settle into it. The person who has genuinely accepted that the future is uncertain, who has integrated this acceptance rather than simply understood it intellectually on a good afternoon, and then forgotten it by midnight, is in some ways more genuinely at ease than the person who believes certainty is available and is simply waiting for it to arrive through more thorough preparation. The searching for certainty in the mental rehearsal of future scenarios is partly the mind's attempt to answer questions before the universe is ready to answer them. The peace that Camus gestures toward is the peace of a different relationship to the questions themselves. The philosopher Paul Tillich, writing from within a different tradition, but attending to the same fundamental experience, described what he called the courage to be. Tillich was interested in what he saw as the ontological anxiety of human existence, not the anxiety of specific threats or anticipated difficulties, but the anxiety that arises simply from being a finite, contingent creature in an open-ended universe. This anxiety, he argued, cannot be eliminated through any amount of preparation or understanding. It can only be met with courage. The courage to continue engaging with life in the full awareness that it offers no guarantees. The courage to make choices in the genuine absence of certainty about their consequences. The courage to inhabit the present moment rather than perpetually retreating into the safer, imaginative territory of a future that has already been determined. Heidegger returned to the question from yet another direction. He described what he called thrownness, Geworfenheit in German, the sense in which human beings find themselves already in a situation they did not choose, already in a particular body, a particular family, a particular historical moment, a particular set of circumstances that preceded and shaped their reflective awareness. There is no moment of pure beginning in which we stand before life with complete freedom and simply choose. We are always already in the middle of something, already committed to the circumstances of a life that was underway before we became fully conscious of it. And yet within this thrownness, within the unchosen circumstances of an already ongoing life, there is genuine freedom. Sartre's insistence on this, his famous claim that existence precedes essence, was precisely an assertion of this freedom in the face of thrownness. We do not have a fixed nature that determines what we must become. The self is not an essence waiting to be discovered and expressed. The self is being made continuously in the actual choices made in actual circumstances. The future self is genuinely open. It is being shaped right now, including in the choice of how to relate to the uncertainty that is being experienced right now. The anxiety that attaches to this openness is real. It is not the result of incorrect thinking or excessive sensitivity. It is the accurate recognition that the future is genuinely undetermined, that choices have genuine consequences, that things could genuinely go in different directions, and that no amount of preparation guarantees a particular outcome. This accuracy is what makes the anxiety legitimate. The mind that feels this anxiety is, in a sense, correctly perceiving the situation. The question is not how to make the perception false, how to believe that certainty is available when it is not. The question is how to relate to accurate perception in a way that does not generate endless cycles of rehearsal and return. And here the existentialists are perhaps less useful than they are honest. They describe the anxiety clearly. They name its sources accurately. They resist the temptation to provide false consolation. But they do not resolve it. They suggest, with varying degrees of emphasis, the importance of living forward anyway, of making choices in the genuine absence of guarantee, of inhabiting the uncertainty with something approaching, if not comfort, then at least willingness. The blanket has a weight. The breath continues its rhythm. The darkness holds the room without comment. Outside, something moves in its ordinary way, indifferent to the questions being turned over inside. The uncertainty that is generating all this mental activity is real. It is not going to be resolved tonight. The future will arrive in its own form, shaped by factors that the rehearsal cannot fully anticipate, carrying information that will only be available when the events actually occur. Sitting with this has a particular quality. Not immediately restful, but perhaps over the length of a long, quiet night, something settles. The mind recognizes that the rehearsal is not going to arrive at the certainty being sought, and somewhere in that recognition, not as defeat, but as something more like honest clarity, a different kind of rest may become available. There is a philosopher of time named J.M.E. McTaggart, who made a distinction that has been argued about ever since, but that illuminates something about the experience of lying awake in anticipation. He distinguished between what he called the A series of time, which is the series of past, present, and future, in which things are described as having happened, or being happening now, or being about to happen, and the B series, in which things are simply described as being earlier or later than each other, without any privileged present moment. The future that is being rehearsed so insistently tonight is a feature of the A series. It is real in a particular way. It is coming. It has a direction. It will arrive. And the mind, oriented as it is toward the A series of time, toward the lived experience of before and now and after, cannot simply set this aside. The future matters because it is coming, because it will be the present, because right now it is the not yet that will soon be the here. And yet there is something in the contemplation of the B series that can, on certain nights, introduce a small degree of perspective. The conversation that is currently being imagined as a future event will, from the vantage point of a few weeks from now, be a past event. It will have its place in the fixed and unalterable sequence of things that have already occurred. Its outcome will be known. Its texture will be available to memory rather than to anticipation. And from that vantage point, the current night's rehearsal will appear as something that happened before the event, as the anticipation that preceded the reality, as one of those periods of tension that every significant moment in a life carries in advance of itself. This is not a technique for relieving anxiety. It is more of an observation about the quality of temporal experience. The event being anticipated is not only a future event, it is also, from another angle of vision, a past event that has simply not yet become past. It already has its place in the sequence of your life. The outcome already exists, in some sense, in the structure of events that are going to unfold. This evening's rehearsal, and the actual conversation, and its resolution are all, from a sufficiently distant vantage point, already settled into their places in the story. The suffering of not knowing is, from that perspective, one of the rooms in a house that has already been built. You are in that room now. You will move through it into the next one. There is something, if not comforting, then at least interesting in this. The uncertainty that feels so open, so genuinely undetermined, is also, from a perspective not currently available, already resolved, not in a way that removes the uncertainty now, but in a way that is worth holding lightly, as a reminder that the current moment is not the entirety of the situation. The night will end. The conversation will happen. The decision will be made. Life will continue to unfold in the direction that it is going to unfold, and the mind that is currently lying awake preparing for it will have been one moment in that unfolding, one room in the house, one night in a life that continues past this particular point of tension. Somewhere in the classical Chinese text, known as the Tao Te Ching, attributed to the sage Laozi, and composed in a period whose precise dating remains uncertain, there is a passage that has been translated and retranslated for centuries without losing its essential quality. It describes a way of being in the world that does not force, does not grasp, does not insist on particular outcomes. It points towards something that most modern minds find genuinely difficult to approach, not because it is obscure or requires special knowledge, but because it runs so directly against the grain of how contemporary consciousness has been shaped to relate to time and uncertainty and the future. The word at the center of this Taoist understanding is Wu Wei. In its most common translation, it becomes non-action, though this is misleading because it sounds like passivity, which is not what is meant. Other translations offer effortless action, or not forcing, or acting in accord with what is naturally unfolding. None of these translations fully captures what is being pointed at, but each of them gestures toward the same underlying quality, a relationship with life that is responsive rather than controlling, that moves with what is arising rather than perpetually attempting to determine in advance what will arise. This is not an invitation to stop thinking or planning or caring about how things go. The Tao Te Ching is full of paradoxes, and one of the central ones is that Wu Wei does not mean doing nothing. The text offers many images of this quality in action. Water does nothing to wear away the stone. There is no force, no determination, no insistence on a particular outcome. And yet the stone yields to it completely. The tree that bends in the storm does not stop being a tree. The bending is not failure. It is the form that survival takes. The sage who follows the Tao is not inactive. They are, in many of the text's images, extraordinarily effective. But their effectiveness comes not from forcing, but from moving with what is, from acting in accord with the natural movement of circumstances rather than against it. Applied to the mind's relationship with future scenarios, this suggests something worth considering slowly and without urgency. What would it mean to allow the future to unfold? Not to stop thinking, not to cease all preparation, not to become genuinely indifferent to outcomes, but to hold the future with a different quality of attention. The quality that is present to what is actually happening, rather than permanently rehearsing what might happen. The quality that can remain curious about the future, without requiring the future to be a specific way. The Tao Te Ching contains this image in one common translation. Do you have the patience to wait until your mud settles and the water is clear? The image is quiet and precise. The muddied water does not become clear through continued agitation. The harder you stir it, the longer the mud remains suspended. Clarity comes through stillness, through the patience to allow what has been disturbed to settle on its own terms, in its own time. The intervention that is needed is not more effort, but a different kind of presence. The presence that can wait, that can allow, that does not require the settling to occur faster than it will naturally occur. The mind at 2 a.m, turning its scenarios over and over, is stirring the water. The agitation is sincere. It feels genuinely necessary. And yet the clarity it is seeking is, in the very act of seeking it through agitation, being delayed. The water stirs, the mud rises again, and the mind continues its work, genuinely believing that one more iteration will produce the settlement it needs. There is no instruction here. Understanding does not automatically produce change in the body's learned responses. The knowledge that agitation delays clarity does not, in itself, still the mind that has spent years relating to uncertainty through mental rehearsal. But understanding can, over time and with patient and gentle return, begin to shift something in the quality of the engagement. The mind can hold its scenarios with somewhat less urgency. It can notice the stirring without immediately adding to it. It can perhaps, on certain nights, in certain conditions of sufficient tiredness or sufficient peace, watch the mud settle just a little. The philosopher Alan Watts, who spent much of his life exploring Eastern philosophical traditions in dialogue with Western thought, described a quality he called the wisdom of insecurity. The phrase is paradoxical enough to be worth sitting with carefully. He was not saying that insecurity is something to be cultivated or desired. He was making a more precise and more interesting point, that the attempt to escape insecurity through the construction of mental certainties is, in the end, less stable than a genuine acceptance of insecurity as the actual ground of experience. The person who genuinely accepts that the future is uncertain, who has integrated this, rather than merely understood it on a good afternoon, and then lost it again by midnight, is not more vulnerable than the person who is perpetually rehearsing scenarios in search of a certainty that will make the vulnerability stop. They are, in a paradoxical way, more resilient, because they are not depending on a version of reality that does not yet exist. They are not spending their energy on the management of imagined outcomes that may never arrive in the form being managed. They are, in a way that is difficult to describe but quite recognizable in practice, more genuinely available to respond to whatever actually does arrive. The Tao Te Ching returns repeatedly to what it calls the 10,000 things, the vast, complex, uncontrollable movement of the actual world in all its specific particularity. One of the recurring themes in the text is the inadequacy of the individual human perspective in the face of the full complexity of what actually is. The sage does not claim to know how things will unfold. They hold their understanding lightly, remain genuinely open to revision, remain attentive to what the situation itself is revealing, rather than to what their model of the situation has predicted. This is not stupidity or lack of planning. It is a sophisticated recognition of the limits of what can be known in advance. The scenarios being rehearsed in the quiet hours of the night are based on the information currently available, on the current understanding of the people involved, on the current sense of what matters and what might go wrong. But this understanding is always partial. The actual event, when it arrives, will contain information that the rehearsal could not access. The other person will bring their own inner life, their own concerns and histories and responses that cannot be fully predicted from outside. The context will be slightly different from anything imagined. Something unexpected will introduce itself. The world is richer than any model of it. Other people are more complex than any rehearsal of them. The actual texture of experience is finer and more particular than anything that can be pre-lived in imagination. In this light, the imagined future is not worthless. But its worth lies, perhaps, less in its accuracy, its predictive power, its ability to prepare us for specific events, and more in what it reveals about the mind doing the imagining. The scenarios we construct at night are, in their way, portraits of ourselves. They reveal what we value and what we fear, and what kind of recognition we are reaching for. They reveal where we feel most exposed and most hopeful. They show us, with considerable clarity, what matters to us, and what we are currently unable to simply trust. They are mirrors more than maps. Reading them as mirrors rather than as maps changes the quality of the engagement with them. Instead of evaluating each scenario for its accuracy or its usefulness as preparation, the mind can hold it with more lightness and ask, what does this reveal? What does the fact that I keep returning to this particular imagined conversation tell me about what I most need from this relationship? What does the repetition of this specific imagined failure tell me about where I have not yet found peace? What does the quality of this imagined future reveal about the shape of the present life? These are gentler questions. They do not require the scenario to resolve. They do not require certainty or the successful prediction of outcomes. They invite a kind of self-knowledge that is available in the imagining itself, without the imagining needing to produce any particular result. The imagined future that has been turning in the mind all night may not be preparing you for a real event at all. It may be showing you something about yourself that is worth knowing, something that the daytime mind, occupied with tasks and responses and the management of actual circumstances, does not have the quiet to see. There is a Zen story about a student who comes to a master asking to be taught how to still the mind. The master points at a river and says, "Stop the river." The student does not understand. The master says nothing more for a long time, and then, "You cannot stop the river, but you can change the direction you are facing." The mind moves. It produces thoughts, scenarios, rehearsals, projections, explorations. This is what minds do. Trying to stop it is not the work. Changing the quality of the relationship to it, the direction from which it is met, the degree of identification with its productions, that is something that can, over time, be worked with. So perhaps this is where the night's reflection arrives. Not at a conclusion, because the questions we have been sitting with do not have conclusions of the ordinary sort. More at a different vantage point. A slightly expanded view of what is actually happening in the hours when the mind runs its scenarios. The mind that imagines futures is not misbehaving. It is not a problem requiring correction. It is doing something that is, in its essence, human, reaching forward into possibility, trying to care for itself and for the people it is responsible for, attempting to navigate an uncertain future with whatever resources the present moment offers. The reaching is real. The care is real. The uncertainty that drives the rehearsal is real. And the resources available to meet it are also real, deeper than the rehearsal typically recognizes. The Stoic lens says, much of what is being rehearsed is not within your control, and the rehearsal, however sincere, generates a quality of suffering in excess of what the actual event will likely produce. The distinction between what is yours to determine and what is not is worth returning to, gently, as a practice, rather than a single insight. The Buddhist lens says, the grasping toward preferred outcomes is itself the source of the restlessness, and the mind that can hold the future more lightly, that can notice the wanting without being entirely consumed by it, will find a different and quieter quality of rest available beneath the surface of the imagining. The Heideggerian lens says, this reaching forward into possibility is not a malfunction, but the fundamental shape of what you are, a being that exists as care, as projection, as perpetual movement into what is not yet. You are not doing something wrong. You are doing something irreducibly human. The Jungian lens says, the imagined futures are the psyche exploring the range of what it might become, doing necessary work in the landscape of possibility, and some of what is arising in the imagining is worth attending to rather than dismissing. The unlived life has something to say. The existentialist lens says, the uncertainty that drives the rehearsal is real, and the courage to live within it rather than to resolve it prematurely is one of the genuine forms of human freedom. The anxiety is not evidence of inadequacy. It is evidence of accurate perception. And the Taoist lens, the last one, the quietest one, says simply, allow. Not as an instruction, not as a technique, not as something to do right now in the hope of immediate results. Just as an observation. The water finds its own level without being directed. The mud settles in its own time without being assisted. The future arrives in its own form, shaped by more than any single mind can simulate. The mind that can rest in this, even briefly, even in just a few moments of genuine acceptance between one thought and the next, has found something that no amount of rehearsal can produce, and no amount of control can secure. The room is still. Whatever sounds exist outside, the distant movement of the world continuing its unscheduled life, the particular quiet of this particular hour in this particular place, have their own rhythm, their own indifferent continuity. The breath moves in and out, not through effort, but through the body's own unhurried necessity. The imagined futures may still be present, arising as they will, running their variations. That is fine. Let them. But there is, underneath them or beside them, or simply available to be noticed alongside them, a different quality of presence. The presence of the actual moment, the weight of the actual body, the genuine reality of a person lying still in the dark, alive, aware, here. Heidegger used the word Augenblick, which translates as the moment of vision, or the glance of an eye, to describe the sudden and complete recognition of one's own existence in its full particularity, in its full presence, as this moment rather than as the imagined next moment, or the anticipated distant future. It is not a dramatic experience. It does not arrive with emphasis. It is simply the awareness, quiet and complete, of being here, in this particular darkness, in this particular body, in this particular moment of a particular life. The future will arrive. It always does. It will be different from how it was imagined, in ways both disappointing and surprising, in ways that no amount of rehearsal could have anticipated. The conversations will happen and not happen. The decisions will be made and unmade. The possible selves imagined in the quiet will either come into being or will not, and the life will continue to unfold in its own unforeseeable way, shaped by things imagined and things not imagined, and things that could not have been imagined at all. And all of that is, in its own way, all right. Not because everything will go well. It may not. Not because uncertainty is not real. It is entirely real. But because the self that will meet whatever arrives is more capable than the midnight rehearsal suggests, more flexible than the anxious scenarios imply, more genuinely present to actual circumstances than the mind that is perpetually pre-living imagined ones. The imagining mind is not the enemy of rest. It is simply the mind doing what minds do, reaching forward, caring, trying. The rest that is available is not the rest of a mind that has stopped imagining. It is the rest of a mind that can hold its imagining a little more lightly, that can notice the reaching without being entirely consumed by it, that can return, every so often, to the simple and complete reality of the present moment, not as an achievement, not as the destination of a practice, simply as something that is always already available, always already here, in the breathing and the weight and the darkness and the ordinary fact of being alive in a specific place at a specific time. Let the breath do what it does. Let the mind do what it does. Let the night hold everything without requiring any of it to be resolved before morning. There is a quality of patience that the Tao Te Ching describes in a way that has no equivalent in the Western philosophical tradition. It is not the patience of waiting for something to arrive. It is more like the patience of the earth, which does not wait for spring, but is simply available for spring when spring comes. The earth does not rehearse the arrival of warmth. It does not prepare specific responses to the lengthening light. It is simply what it is, and the seasons move through it. and this is sufficient. The Taoist tradition is not suggesting that human beings become earth, or that human consciousness, with its extraordinary capacity for anticipation and planning, should be abandoned in favor of something more mineral. But it is suggesting that there is something to be learned from the quality of availability that the natural world embodies. The capacity to be genuinely present to what is, without the perpetual overlay of what might be, what should be, what needs to be different than it is. The philosopher and writer Simone Weil, writing from a contemplative tradition that intersects in interesting ways with Taoist thought, described what she called attention, a particular quality of awareness that is not active in the usual sense, not effortful, not goal-directed, but genuinely open. She distinguished this from the ordinary quality of attention, which is always attention toward something, attention for a purpose, attention in the service of a goal. What she was describing was something more receptive than that, a state of consciousness that is available to what is without immediately converting it into material for analysis or preparation or response. She wrote that attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity, the mind that attends genuinely to what is, rather than to what it needs or fears, is giving something to the moment that is difficult to describe, but immediately recognizable when it is encountered. The scenario being rehearsed in the quiet of the night is the opposite of this kind of attention. It is the mind turning away from what is toward what might be. It is consciousness organized around a future that does not yet exist, rather than around the present that is fully, quietly, unremarkably here. Not because the present is more important than the future, but because it is the only thing that is actually real right now. The future is real in the sense that it will arrive. The present is real in the sense that it is here. This distinction, held gently rather than as a correction, can introduce something into the texture of a long night. Not an instruction to stop imagining, not a technique for arriving at presence, simply an observation that runs alongside the imagining, available to be noticed when the mind is ready to notice it. The imagined future is real in its way. The present moment is real in its way. Both can be held simultaneously by a consciousness that is not required to choose between them, but can simply be aware of both, can know that it is imagining, while also knowing that the imagining is happening in a present moment that is quiet and safe and complete in itself. There is a phrase in the Zen tradition used to describe the quality of awakened awareness. Just this. Not nothing else besides this. Not this rather than that, but simply this, the bare and complete reality of the present moment in all its ordinary specificity. Just this room, just this breath, just this quality of darkness and silence and the weight of the body resting. The Zen tradition does not ask the mind to stop its activity. It asks only for a recognition of what is actually present underneath the activity, alongside the activity, available in the midst of the activity. Just this. The imagined futures that are turning in the mind are also, in a sense, just this. Just thoughts, just imagining, just the mind doing what minds do. When they are seen clearly as this, as thoughts rather than as realities, as imaginings rather than as events, something in their grip loosens slightly. They are still there, but they are seen for what they are. And what they are, when seen clearly, is not the threatening future they appeared to be, They are simply the mind's activity, which has its own interest and its own value, but which does not need to be mistaken for the actual shape of what is coming. There is enough time. There is, in the end, always enough time. The future is coming, and it will be met when it arrives, with whatever is available in that actual moment, which will be more than this anticipatory darkness believes. Consider how many times in a life you have navigated something you could not have fully prepared for. How many conversations went differently than expected, and were survived anyway, sometimes even thrived in ways that the preparation would have prevented. How many situations that seemed immovable eventually moved, not because they were finally figured out in advance, but because time passed and circumstances shifted, and the self that showed up in those moments was more capable than the self lying awake the night before believed it to be. The gap between what the mind anticipates and what the self can actually do is, in most cases, considerably larger than the midnight hours suggest. Not because the anticipated difficulties are imaginary, but because the self that will face them is more adaptive, more present, more genuinely capable of responding to what is actually there than any rehearsal can demonstrate. The darkness has a steadiness to it. It does not flicker. It holds the room without effort, without agenda, without any particular preference for how the night proceeds. There is something in this steadiness that is available to rest in, if the mind is willing to notice it alongside everything else it is producing. The imagined future and the actual present can coexist in the same awareness. The rehearsal can continue, if it will, and the body can rest in the genuine quiet of an actual night that is, in this moment, entirely safe. Both things are true. Both can be held. For now there is only this, the stillness, the particular quality of this particular night, the quiet and unhurried fact of being alive here, in this moment that will not recur and does not need to. Let that be enough. Let it be enough. The philosophers whose ideas have moved through this night's reflection did not arrive at perfect peace. Heidegger spent his life circling the question of what it means to exist, returning to it from different angles, never claiming to have resolved it. The Stoics practiced their distinctions daily, not because they had mastered them, but because the mastery was always approximate, always being renewed. The Buddhist teachers speak of a path rather than a destination, because the path is the point, the walking is what matters, and arriving somewhere final is not what the walking is for. The Taoists describe the Tao as something that cannot be named or held or fully understood, only moved with, only approximated in the quality of one's engagement with what is actually present. All of this is permission, if permission is needed, to leave this night unresolved, to allow the questions to remain open, the scenarios to remain unfinished, the mind to rest in its own activity without demanding that it produce closure before sleep is allowed to come. The open question is not a failure. It is a sign that something genuine is being held, something that matters enough to think about seriously, something that the self has not yet reduced to the manageable size of a settled answer. Stay with that, lightly. Let the night continue. Let the mind do what it does. And somewhere in the doing, perhaps, a quietness Why do you feel like you are falling behind, even when nothing is clearly wrong? That question does not demand an answer right now. It only asks to be held for a moment. Let it rest in the room with you. Because it is a strange feeling, this one. It does not announce itself loudly. It does not arrive with the force of grief, or the clarity of disappointment, or the weight of something you can point to and name. It comes more quietly than that. It comes in moments like this one, when the day has finished, when the noise has settled, when there is nothing left to do, and the mind, no longer occupied, turns back toward itself and finds something waiting there, something not quite worry, not quite sadness, not quite regret, but something in the vicinity of all three. There is no urgency in naming it this way. There is only recognition. Søren Kierkegaard wrote in 19th century Denmark about the particular weight that comes with being free. He was concerned with what it means to be a self, to make genuine choices, to live a life that is not fixed, but genuinely open. And one of the things he noticed with great precision is that freedom carries a kind of vertigo. When you are genuinely free, when your life could genuinely have gone differently, you carry with you all the lives that it could have been, the unchosen paths, the versions of yourself that were possible and did not become actual. And that awareness, the awareness of all those alternative selves standing quietly alongside the one you actually are, produces a feeling that is not quite regret and not quite grief, but has something of both. The feeling of being behind, Kierkegaard might say, has something to do with the weight of your own possibility. Friedrich Nietzsche asked a different kind of question, and asked it differently, with more edge, with more force. He was interested in where values come from, who sets the standards by which a life is judged, and what happens when you spend your life being measured against a standard you never actually chose. His concern was not with weakness or failure, but with the quieter problem of living inside someone else's framework without knowing it. The sense of being behind depends on a standard, a benchmark, a picture of where a life like yours ought to be. And Nietzsche would ask, with characteristic directness, whose picture is that? Who decided what the arrival looks like? And have you ever actually agreed to it? Or has it simply been running in the background of your self-assessment, quietly issuing verdicts, without ever being invited in? And then there is Seneca, a Roman Stoic of the 1st century, a man who lived inside one of the most demanding political environments in Western history, and who wrote about time with a particular kind of care. His concern was with the way that human beings tend to misunderstand what they are doing with their lives. Not because they are lazy or careless, but because of a structural habit of attention in which the present is always treated as a passage toward somewhere else, always the corridor rather than the room. The feeling of being behind, in Seneca's terms, is partly the consequence of living in a future that has not yet arrived, while the life you are actually living passes by almost unnoticed. He was not arguing for passivity. He was arguing for attention, for the recognition that the life being measured and assessed and found lacking is, in fact, the only life there is. These 4 minds will accompany us through the evening, not as lectures, not as answers, but as lenses. Each one offers a slightly different angle on the same feeling. a slightly different way of seeing what the feeling actually is and where it is actually coming from. And the value of multiple lenses is not that one of them will, finally, provide the correct view. It is that the act of looking through several of them, one after another, slowly in the quiet, begins to change the relationship between you and the feeling. Not by making it disappear, but by making it less opaque, by moving it from something that simply happens to you, something that arrives and sits on your chest and delivers its quiet verdict, to something more like an object of inquiry, something that can be examined rather than only endured. That shift from enduring to examining is not dramatic. It does not announce itself. It happens slowly, in the way that understanding usually happens, by accumulation rather than revelation. But it is real, and it is available tonight, in the quiet, in the time between wakefulness and sleep, in the particular openness that comes with lying still, and letting the mind do what minds do, when they are neither distracted nor demanded of. The feeling of being behind has been with you for a while, perhaps for years. Perhaps it has been present in different forms at different periods of your life, wearing different content, pointing at different gaps, but carrying the same essential quality. The sense of distance, of not yet, of slight misalignment with a life that was supposed to be different from this one. Tonight, it is worth understanding where that feeling lives. Not in the world, not in the objective facts of your circumstances, not in the comparative position of your achievements relative to those of others, but somewhere closer, somewhere in the structure of the mind itself, in the particular way that human consciousness relates to time and desire and possibility and value. Understanding that does not make the feeling less real, but it changes what the feeling means. And changing what something means is not a small thing. It is, in fact, a very good place to begin. There is a philosopher who wrote in the 19th century about the nature of desire. His name was Arthur Schopenhauer, and his vision of human life was not a comforting one. He did not write to encourage. He wrote to observe, with a kind of unflinching honesty, the structure of the way humans experience wanting and having and wanting again. He was not a gentle thinker, but he was, in many respects, a precise one. And some of what he described about the mechanics of desire maps almost exactly onto this feeling of being behind. His central observation was something like this: the human will, by its nature, is always oriented towards something it does not yet have. Desire, in Schopenhauer's understanding, is not a temporary state that arrives and then resolves. It is more fundamental than that. It is the default condition of conscious life. The mind, when left to itself, reaches forward. It identifies something it wants, something it lacks, and it orients itself toward that lack. It strains toward the object of desire. And then, when that object is obtained, something interesting happens. The desire does not disappear. It moves. It locates itself in the next thing and the next lack, and the mind tilts toward that new horizon almost before the previous one has settled. There is a brief interval, Schopenhauer noted, between achieving what you wanted and wanting the next thing. A brief interval of satisfaction, of rest. But it is brief. And then the forward lean resumes. He described life, somewhat bleakly, as a pendulum swinging between desire and boredom. When you want something and do not have it, you suffer the ache of wanting. When you have it, you rest for a moment, and then either desire something else or feel the flat, grey weight of nothing to reach for. The mind, in his view, is almost never simply content. It is structured to move forward, always toward what is not yet here. Now, this description can feel a little severe. Schopenhauer had a famously dim view of human happiness, and it would be wrong to take his framework as the final word on human experience. But there is something in this observation, stripped of its pessimism, that speaks directly to the feeling you are sitting with tonight. Consider the feeling of being behind through this lens. The feeling depends entirely on comparison. You are not behind in some absolute sense. You are behind relative to something, a standard, an expectation, a version of what you imagined life would look like by now. Without that comparison point, the feeling cannot exist. And what is that comparison point? Where does it come from? In many cases, it comes from a future that the mind has constructed, a version of where you should be, what you should have achieved, who you should have become. The mind reaches ahead and builds this imagined destination, and then turns back and measures the distance between that destination and where you actually are. And the distance generates the feeling. But here is what Schopenhauer's framework allows you to notice. The destination is always moving. When you were 20, the destination looked like something specific. Perhaps it was a certain kind of work, or a relationship, or a particular sense of having figured out the central questions of your life. And then some of those things arrived, or something close to them arrived, and the destination moved. The horizon shifted. New markers appeared. The sense of where you should be recalibrated itself to a new position, always just a little further ahead than where you actually are. This is not a failure of ambition, or ingratitude, or lack of commitment. It is something closer to the structure of the mind itself. The mind does not naturally come to rest and say, "This is enough. I have arrived. No further reaching is required." It continues to reach. The comparison point continues to move. And so the feeling of being behind is not really a report on your progress. It is a report on the structure of the mind's relationship to progress. It is almost built in. Think about moments in your own life when you have achieved something you had been working toward for a long time. Something you genuinely wanted. Something you sacrificed for, or waited for, or worked steadily toward across months or years. When it arrived, there was something real in that. A satisfaction, perhaps. Relief. A feeling of completion. But how long did that feeling last before the mind began, quietly, to reorganize? Before the next thing began to take shape on the horizon? Before the standard reset itself and the feeling of distance returned? Most people, if they are honest, will notice that this interval is shorter than they expected. The arrival rarely feels as conclusive as the imagining of it did. And then, before long, the reaching begins again. This is not a reason for despair. It is simply the operating system. Understanding it does not eliminate the feeling, but it begins to locate it differently. The feeling of being behind may not be primarily a message about your life. It may be a message about the nature of wanting itself. And those are very different things. If the feeling were primarily about your life, then the remedy would be to change your life, to achieve more, or faster, or differently, to close the gap between where you are and where the imagined standard places you. But if the feeling is primarily about the structure of wanting, then closing the gap does not resolve anything, because the gap will simply reconstitute itself around new content. You will reach the marker, and the marker will have moved. The feeling will return because it was never primarily about the gap. It was about the way the mind relates to gaps in general. This is not the whole picture, but it is the beginning of a different kind of seeing. The feeling of being behind has, at its root, something to do with a mind that is always leaning forward, always measuring the distance between here and some imagined there. A mind that, by its very structure, makes it difficult to experience the present as sufficient. Not because the present is insufficient, but because the mind's default orientation is one of incompleteness, of not yet, of almost. And so when you lie down at night, when the forward motion of the day has stopped, and there is nothing to reach toward for the next few hours, the mind does not simply rest. It continues to measure. In the silence, it runs its assessments, checks its comparisons, notices the gaps. And the feeling arises, not from what you have or have not done, but from the mind doing what minds do in the absence of other occupation. This does not mean the feeling is meaningless. It means its meaning is different from what it appears to be. It is less a verdict on your life and more a reflection of the particular kind of consciousness that you and every other human being carries, a consciousness that is relentlessly comparative, relentlessly future-oriented, relentlessly aware of the distance between the actual and the possible, which is, in its way, remarkable. It is also exhausting. Both things are true, and both things are worth sitting with quietly, without rushing toward resolution. There is another way to understand this feeling, one that does not replace Schopenhauer's observation, but deepens it. A philosopher named Søren Kierkegaard wrote extensively about what he called the weight of possibility. He was writing in the 19th century in Denmark, and his work was, in many ways, a sustained exploration of what it means to be a self, to have freedom, and to live with the awareness of that freedom. He was not a cheerful writer either, but he was extraordinarily precise about certain aspects of inner experience. And one of the things he was most precise about was the particular kind of anxiety that comes not from what has gone wrong, but from what could have been different. Kierkegaard understood that human beings are uniquely aware of themselves as having multiple possible lives. You are not simply the life you are living. You are also the lives you could have lived, the paths you did not take, the versions of yourself that were possible and did not become actual. This awareness is part of what makes human experience so rich and so difficult. Consider the sheer number of alternative lives you carry with you. There is the version of your life in which you made different choices at certain key junctures. The version in which you stayed, or left, or spoke, or remained silent. The version in which you pursued the thing you were drawn to, but did not trust, or trusted the thing you were drawn to, but did not pursue. The version in which you began earlier, or waited longer, or arrived at a different city in a different year, and met different people who led you somewhere entirely different from where you ended up. These alternative lives are not fantasies exactly. They are real possibilities that existed, in different forms, at different moments. They did not become actual. But they are not entirely gone either. They exist in the imagination as a kind of ongoing presence. And part of what the feeling of being behind is made of, Kierkegaard might say, is this: the weight of those unchosen lives pressing against the one you are actually living. You are not simply comparing your present to your past, or your present to some imagined future. You are also, at some level, comparing your actual life to all the possible lives that radiated outward from earlier moments of choice. The road not taken, to use a phrase that has perhaps been used so often, it has lost its force, but underneath the familiar phrase is a real and persistent psychological phenomenon. The awareness that any path you take necessarily closes others, and that the others remain, in some form, as an alternative against which the chosen life is constantly, if quietly, measured. This is not the same as regret. Regret has a more specific shape. Regret says, I made the wrong choice, and the right choice was available to me, and I failed to take it. The feeling of being behind that we are exploring tonight is less specific than that. It is more diffuse. It does not necessarily point to a specific wrong turn. It is more like the general awareness that your life, as it has unfolded, is one version among many that were possible, and that other versions might have arrived somewhere that feels different from where you are now. Not necessarily better, in any clear sense, just different. And the difference itself carries a kind of weight. Kierkegaard spoke about anxiety as arising from the awareness of freedom. The person who knows they are free, who knows their life is not fixed, but genuinely open and contingent, cannot rest easily in that openness. The openness itself becomes a source of unease. Not because freedom is bad, but because freedom means that everything might have been otherwise, and the awareness of that otherwise is a form of vertigo. Think of it this way. If your life were entirely determined, if the path were fixed, and there were no alternatives, then the question of being behind would not arise. You would simply be where you are, because you could not have been anywhere else. The feeling requires the awareness of alternatives. It requires knowing, at some level, that other versions were possible, and that awareness is inseparable from the experience of being a being with choices, with agency, with a life that has unfolded through a series of genuinely open moments that could have gone differently. The feeling of being behind is, in this sense, a side effect of freedom. Not freedom in a grand, abstract sense, but the ordinary, everyday freedom of having made choices, having lived through moments of genuine openness, having arrived here through a path that was not the only path available. The feeling arises from the gap between the life actually lived and the life that the imagination projects as having been possible. And the imagination, given its nature, tends to make the unchosen paths look somewhat cleaner, somewhat more resolved, somewhat more arrived than the one you are on. This is worth noticing. The alternative lives you carry in imagination do not have the texture of actual lives. They do not have the small compromises and the unexpected difficulties and the slow accumulations of weariness that come with actually living something. They are imagined, which means they have a kind of ideal quality that actual life rarely has. The version of yourself that took the other path has not dealt with the specific frustrations and confusions that would have come with that path. It simply exists in your imagination as a possibility that might have been cleaner, clearer, more arrived. And your actual life, which you know from the inside, with all its texture and complication and unresolved quality, is compared to this clean imagined alternative, and found, perhaps, to be somehow less. But that comparison is not a fair one. The imagined life is always an abstraction. It does not have a lived interior. It does not have the quality of being experienced from the inside, with all the contradiction and mess and dailiness that comes with that. Your actual life, for all its unresolved quality, is at least real. It is the thing that is actually happening. The alternatives, however vivid they might feel in imagination, are not. And comparing the reality of what is to the ideal of what might have been is, in some sense, comparing incomparable things. This does not make the comparison easy to stop. The mind does not simply release these imagined alternatives because we point out that the comparison is unfair. Kierkegaard was not suggesting that the anxiety of freedom could be reasoned away. He was only identifying its source, which is something different from removing it. But understanding the source begins to change the relationship to the feeling. It is less a verdict on where you have arrived, and more a reflection of the particular kind of awareness that comes with having been free, with having lived through genuine choices, with being the kind of being that carries its own possibilities alongside its actualities. The feeling of being behind, seen through this lens, is not evidence of failure. It is evidence of possibility. It is what happens when a genuinely open life looks back at itself and sees all the ways it might have been different. That looking is painful sometimes, but it is also, in a strange way, a mark of the richness of the life being lived. A life with no sense of alternatives would have a different quality entirely. It would be flatter in some ways, less haunted perhaps, but also less alive to its own contingency, less aware of the genuine openness that makes a human life what it is. This is not to romanticize the feeling. There is no comfort in being told that your suffering is actually a sign of your depth. That is the kind of thing that sounds meaningful and lands as hollow. The point is not that the feeling is secretly good. The point is that it is not what it appears to be, not primarily a report on where you have failed to arrive. It is more like a structural feature of a life that has been genuinely lived, in genuine freedom, with the awareness that that freedom implies. And that, at least, is a different kind of thing to sit with. There is a third lens through which this feeling can be examined, and it comes from a very different kind of thinker. Friedrich Nietzsche wrote, toward the end of the 19th century, about the problem of living in relation to external standards. He was fascinated by the question of where values come from, who sets them, and what happens when you live according to standards that are not genuinely your own. He was a provocative writer, often misread, frequently simplified into a kind of aggressive self-assertion that misses what he was actually exploring. What he was actually exploring, beneath the surface, was something quieter and more interesting. The question of what it means to measure yourself against something, and whether the measure you are using is actually yours. Here is the shape of his concern, laid gently out. Most of us, Nietzsche observed, do not invent our own standards. We inherit them. We absorb them from the culture we grew up in, from the expectations of our families, from the ambient assumptions of the society we move through. We learn, early and often, what a successful life looks like, what the markers of progress are, what it means to be on track. And we carry these standards with us, often without examining them, often without asking whether they actually reflect anything we value when we look clearly at what we value. The sense of being behind in this light is not just about the gap between where you are and where you feel you should be. It is about the question of who set the should. Where did the standard come from? Who decided what the pace of a proper life looks like, what a person of your age and circumstances ought to have achieved by now, what markers ought to have been reached? And is that standard actually yours? This is not an easy question to answer, because the standards we absorb from culture are not always visible to us as standards. They can feel like simply the way things are, the natural order of how a life unfolds. You finish school, you find work, you establish a household, you build toward certain recognizable forms of stability and achievement. These expectations can feel so ambient that they do not register as chosen. They feel more like gravity than like values. They simply apply, and you measure yourself against them, and find yourself ahead or behind, and feel the result. But they were not always there. They were not handed down from some neutral and universal authority. They were generated by a particular kind of society, at a particular moment in history, shaped by economic arrangements and cultural assumptions that have their own specific origins and their own particular biases about what a life is supposed to look like. And those assumptions may or may not have anything to do with what actually matters to you, with what actually constitutes a good and meaningful life by your own genuine reckoning. Nietzsche's suggestion was not that you should simply reject all external standards and live by pure self-determination. That reading misses him. His suggestion was more subtle, that before you allow a standard to judge you, you should at least examine whether it is a standard you actually endorse upon reflection. Whether the should in your sense of should be further along is one that you, looking honestly at what you care about, actually believe. And when you ask that question directly, something interesting sometimes happens. The standards begin to lose a little of their solidity. Because when you look carefully at the specific things generating the feeling of being behind, they often turn out to be quite particular, quite culturally specific, quite contingent on assumptions that are neither universal nor obviously correct. The age at which you should have certain things settled, the particular form that professional achievement is supposed to take, the relationship structures that are supposed to mark a certain stage of life, the financial position that indicates you are on track. These are not eternal truths. They are historically specific, socially constructed benchmarks that vary considerably across cultures and across generations, and that have no more claim on being the correct measure of a life than any other set of standards. This does not mean they are entirely meaningless. Some of what we have absorbed from culture actually does align with genuine goods: stability, connection, meaningful work, contribution to something beyond oneself. These are not purely constructed values, but the specific forms they are supposed to take, the specific timelines they are supposed to follow, the specific appearances they are supposed to have. Those are far more contingent than they feel when the feeling of being behind arrives in the night. Nietzsche would ask, if he could sit with you now, whose voice is that? The one that says you are behind? Whose timeline is that? Who set the pace? And when? And on what authority? And have you ever actually agreed to it? Or has it simply been running in the background, measuring and judging, without ever having been invited in? These are not rhetorical questions. They are genuine ones. Because if you trace the feeling of being behind back to its source, back to the specific standard against which you are measuring yourself, you often find something that is less authoritative than it felt. A vague cultural norm, absorbed over years. An expectation from a family that had its own specific anxieties and its own specific ideas about what success looks like. A comparison to a particular peer or cohort whose life circumstances are different enough from yours that the comparison does not actually hold. The standard, when examined, turns out to be less like a law of nature and more like a habit of mind, a habit that was perhaps useful at some point, or that served some function, but that does not necessarily have an ongoing claim on how you understand your own life. Now, the feeling does not disappear simply because the standard has been questioned. Habits of mind are not dissolved by examination alone. But something shifts when you stop relating to the standard, as if it were simply true, as if it were simply the correct measure of where a life like yours should be. When you begin to hold it a little more lightly, a little more as a convention than as a fact, the weight of the verdict it delivers begins to feel less final. You are not behind by some cosmic reckoning. You may be behind according to a particular set of culturally specific, historically contingent benchmarks that you absorbed before you had the perspective to evaluate them. That is a different kind of thing. And a different kind of thing can be held differently. There is another thread to follow here, one that runs parallel to all of the above, and that, in some ways, underlies all of them. Seneca was a Roman philosopher, writing in the 1st century. He was a Stoic, though a Stoic of a distinctly humane and personal variety, and one of the things he wrote most compellingly about was time. Specifically, about the way that human beings tend to misunderstand their relationship to time, and about what that misunderstanding costs them. His most famous short work was called, roughly, On the Shortness of Life, and its central argument is one that has been quoted and discussed for 2,000 years. But at the core of it is something simple, something you can feel immediately when you hear it. Life is not short, Seneca said. We only make it so. The problem is not that we are given too little time. The problem is that we squander so much of what we are given. But Seneca's point goes deeper than the usual reading of it, which tends to flatten into simply, don't waste time, get on with things, carpe diem. That reading is too energetic for what he was actually saying. What he was actually pointing toward was something more structural. He noticed that human beings have a particular way of relating to time in which almost none of it is properly inhabited. The past is remembered either with longing or regret, or it is not thought of much at all. The future is anticipated with hope or anxiety, or it is dreaded or desired, but it is always somewhere ahead of where you are. And the present, the only time that is actually real, the only moment that is actually happening, is treated as a passage between past and future, as a corridor rather than a room. You pass through the present on your way to a future moment when things will be as they are supposed to be, when you will have arrived, when the feeling of being in motion will give way to a feeling of having settled. But that moment of arrival is always receding. You pass through the present toward a future that, when it becomes present, is also passed through toward another future. The present is never the destination. It is always the way toward a destination. And so, in a very real sense, you live very little of your life. You spend a great deal of it in transition, in preparation, in approach. You spend a great deal of it measuring the distance to where you intend to be, and not very much of it actually inhabiting where you are. And when you reach the end, Seneca suggests, what you find is not that you did not have enough time. You find that you did not occupy the time you had. You had been too busy traveling toward a life that was always just ahead. Now, this does not mean that the future does not matter, or that planning and anticipating are without value. Seneca was not advising a kind of formless presentism in which consequences are ignored and no thought is given to tomorrow. He was something more precise than that. He was noticing that the feeling of being behind, the specific ache of it, is inseparable from a relationship to time in which the present is always insufficient, in which now is always the place you are passing through on the way to where you need to be, and that this relationship to time is, in a certain sense, a choice, even if it does not feel like one. It is a habit of attention, a default orientation of the mind, which can be, at least partially, redirected. Not through effort or willpower, not through a decision to be more present, which tends to produce a kind of strained, performative attention that is even further from genuine presence than the ordinary wandering of the mind, but through something more like allowing the inquiry itself, the examination of the feeling and its sources, to gently loosen its grip. When you understand that the feeling of being behind depends on a relationship to time in which the present is always a corridor, something becomes available that was not available before. Not the ability to simply stop the feeling, but the ability to recognize it for what it is, to see it as a consequence of the mind's habitual orientation toward what is not yet here, rather than as a truthful report on where you have failed to arrive. Seneca also observed something that connects directly to the earlier threads of this reflection. He noticed that people spend an enormous amount of time and energy acquiring things, achieving things, reaching positions, and accumulating markers of success, but almost no time actually experiencing the life that those things are supposed to be producing. The achievement is oriented toward the experience of having achieved, but the experience of having achieved is itself immediately converted into a platform for the next achievement. And so, the actual richness of the life being lived, the specific texture of this day, this year, this period of your particular existence, is almost never the object of attention. It is only ever the background of attention, the place where you are while your attention is somewhere else. This is not a moral failing. It is an almost universal feature of how conscious life tends to operate, especially in cultures that are structured around progress and accumulation, and the constant measurement of position relative to where one ought to be. But it does mean that the feeling of being behind may be, in part, a consequence of looking at your life primarily through the lens of where it is going, rather than what it actually is. And that lens, while it has its uses, also produces a particular distortion. It makes every present moment look like evidence of not yet having arrived, rather than as the actual content of a life being lived. Let us stay with this question of comparison for a little longer, because it deserves more careful attention than it usually receives. The sense of being behind almost always involves an implicit reference to other people. Not necessarily people you know well, not necessarily people whose actual lives you have any detailed knowledge of. Often it is a kind of abstract cohort, a sense of where people like you, people of your age and background and circumstances, are supposed to be by now. And the feeling comes partly from sensing that this abstract cohort is, in some way, further along. This is worth examining closely. Because the information you have about where other people are is almost always incomplete and almost always selected in a particular direction. You know other people primarily from the outside, from what is visible, from what is presented. And what is presented is rarely the inner texture of their experience. It is the surface, the markers, the milestones, the achievements, the indicators of progress. And those indicators are curated, consciously or not, toward the more resolved aspects of a life. The messy, confused, uncertain interior does not tend to be on display. So you are comparing your interior experience, with all its uncertainty and confusion and sense of unresolved motion, to the exterior presentation of other lives, which is selected toward the appearance of arrival. And the comparison is not just unfair, it is structurally misleading. You are comparing one kind of thing to another kind of thing, and treating the result as if it were meaningful. The person whose life looks arrived from the outside is carrying their own version of this feeling, perhaps a different version, shaped by their particular circumstances and their particular relationship to their own standards and their own unchosen paths. But some version, because the feeling is not the exclusive property of people who have achieved less than their peers, or people who have made significant mistakes, or people who are genuinely behind by any reasonable metric. The feeling is remarkably egalitarian in its distribution. It visits people who, by most external measures, are doing extremely well. It visits people whose lives, from the outside, look enviably settled. It visits people who have achieved the specific things that the standard said would resolve the feeling, and found that the resolution did not arrive. Which is further evidence for the point that this feeling is not primarily about where you actually are. If it were about your objective position, it would be absent in people who had reached good positions, or at least significantly quieter. But it is not. It lives at least partly independent of circumstance, which means it is less a report on the facts and more a feature of the mind's orientation. And that is useful to know. When you look at someone whose life appears to have the quality of arrival that yours feels to lack, you are not seeing their experience. You are seeing a surface. Underneath that surface is a person who is also, in their quiet moments, measuring and comparing and finding, probably, some version of the same distance between where they are and where they imagined they would be. The content of that distance is different. The shape of the imagined destination is different. But the gap, the sense of not quite having arrived, the quiet background hum of being in motion toward something that has not yet resolved, that is likely to be there. This is not to diminish your experience by making it universal. The specific content of your version of this feeling is real and particular and yours. It is not simply the same as everyone else's. But the feeling itself, the structure of it, the basic shape of what it is to be a conscious being, measuring itself against its own imagined standard, that is widely shared, perhaps nearly universal. And knowing that does not solve anything, but it does shift the feeling slightly. It moves it from the territory of evidence about your specific inadequacy to the territory of something more general, something that belongs to the experience of being human in the particular way that humans are. And that shift, however subtle, is not nothing. There is something specific about the modern relationship to this feeling that is worth naming, because it intensifies the experience in ways that would not have been present in earlier periods of history or in other kinds of cultures. We live in a moment that is, by historical standards, extraordinarily saturated with other people's lives. Not the actual texture of those lives, not the daily, interior, complicated experience of being them, but the presentation of those lives, the images and markers and indicators of progress and achievement and arrival. Through every available surface, the lives of others are being projected, and those projected lives carry almost always a particular quality. They look finished, in some sense. They look like they have arrived somewhere. They look like evidence that arrival is possible, that the destination exists, that other people have found it while you remain in transit. This is a relatively new form of pressure. For most of human history, the range of lives you would have direct knowledge of was small. You knew your community, your neighbors, the people in your immediate circle. The comparison was limited to people whose actual lives you had some access to, some knowledge of the interior. And even within that limited comparison, the feeling of being behind was present, as it has always been. But it operated on a smaller scale, against a more realistic backdrop, with more information about the actual texture of the compared two lives. Now the comparison operates on a vastly larger scale, against a backdrop of thousands of carefully curated presentations of other people's progress, with almost no information about the actual interior of those lives. And the effect is a kind of ambient pressure that is difficult to locate and difficult to name, because it does not come from any single comparison, but from the accumulated weight of all of them, the constant low-level awareness that somewhere out there people are achieving and arriving and moving forward, and that the distance between their visible progress and your felt experience is significant. This is not an argument against the technology that produces this condition. That argument is made elsewhere by others, and it is a real argument. But tonight, that particular argument is less relevant than simply noticing the distortion it creates. The distortion is this: it makes the feeling of being behind feel more specific and more personal than it actually is. It makes it feel like a unique verdict on your particular life, when in fact it is, in part, a structural feature of living in a world where other people's lives are constantly visible in their most polished forms. Knowing this does not silence the feeling, but it provides a corrective to one of its most insidious qualities, the sense that everyone else has solved the problem that you are still struggling with, that the arrival you seek is something that other people have actually found, while you alone remain in transit. That is almost certainly not true. The arrivals you see are presentations. The interiors behind them are less resolved than they appear. It is worth being honest about something, now that several different frameworks have been offered for understanding this feeling. Philosophy is very good at providing perspective. It can stand at a remove from the feeling and describe its sources, its structure, its relationship to the deeper mechanics of human experience. It can offer lenses through which the feeling looks different than it did before. It can, over time, loosen the grip of the feeling by changing the relationship to it, by making it less a verdict and more an observation, less a conclusion and more an inquiry. But philosophy cannot make the feeling disappear, and it would be dishonest to suggest otherwise. The feeling of being behind is real. Its sources in the structure of desire, in the awareness of possibility, in the inheritance of external standards, in the misalignment between present attention and present reality. These sources are real, and they do not evaporate simply because they have been identified. Understanding why you feel something is not the same as not feeling it. The map is not the territory, and a more accurate map of the feeling's origins does not transform the territory of the feeling itself. What philosophy can do, and this is not nothing, is change the quality of the experience. When you understand that the feeling comes partly from the structure of desire, rather than purely from your actual position, something in the relationship to the feeling shifts. It is a little less urgent, a little less conclusive. The verdict it delivers is less final, because you can see the source of the verdict and examine its authority. You can ask whether the judge that is sentencing you is actually qualified to do so. You can notice that the standard by which you are being measured was assembled from materials that were not yours, and that you have never formally endorsed it. None of this dissolves the feeling, but it changes what it means. And what something means is not a trivial matter. The same experience, understood differently, has a different quality. The same feeling, held with curiosity rather than with alarm, is a different experience than the same feeling held as a final word. And perhaps that is enough for tonight. Not to have solved anything, not to have reached a conclusion, but to have sat with the feeling long enough and carefully enough that it has begun to lose a little of its opacity, to have held it up to several different lights and seen it from several different angles, to have moved even a small amount from the experience of it as an obvious fact about your life to the experience of it as something more complex, more layered, more interesting, and less final. Return for a moment to the image of the horizon. You have probably had the experience of walking toward something in the middle distance, something that appeared to be clearly reachable. And as you walked, it remained at the same distance. The horizon does not approach. The middle distance does not close. You can walk for a very long time toward a point on the horizon and find that it remains perpetually at roughly the same distance ahead. The feeling of being behind has something of this quality. The standard against which you are measuring yourself, the point at which you would feel arrived, the condition under which the feeling would finally resolve, tends to move in the same direction as your movement toward it. When you close the gap in one area, the standard accommodates, adjusts, locates a new gap. It is not a conspiracy or a failure of will or a character flaw. It is the natural motion of a mind that is oriented by its very structure toward what is not yet here. Schopenhauer described this with his pendulum. Kierkegaard named the anxiety of possibility. Nietzsche questioned whose horizon it actually is. Seneca pointed to the corridor-like quality of time when it is never inhabited as its own destination. Each of these is pointing at something slightly different, but they are all, in their way, circling the same truth. The feeling of being behind is not primarily a report on where you are. It is a consequence of how you relate to where you are. And that relationship, while it is deeply habitual and in many ways structurally built into conscious experience, is not entirely fixed. It can be loosened, at least partially, by understanding it. Not through effort, but through seeing. When you can see the horizon for what it is, a moving line rather than a fixed destination, the experience of walking toward it changes. Not because you stop walking, or because the horizon stops moving, but because you understand what you are doing. You are not failing to reach the horizon. You are walking through a landscape that contains a horizon, and the horizon is part of the landscape, not the end of it. Your life is not a journey toward an arrival point that you have so far failed to reach. Your life is the walking itself. The years you have lived are not evidence of delay. They are the thing. They are the actual content of the actual life, not the approach to a life that begins when certain conditions are met, not the preparation for a real life that starts when the feeling of being behind finally resolves. This is the life. These years, this period, this specific and unrepeatable configuration of circumstances and relationships and ongoing uncertainties. This is it. That statement can land in two very different ways, depending on the state of the person receiving it. If the life feels tolerable or good, it can land as a kind of relief, an invitation to inhabit the present more fully, a gentle reminder that the richness of what is actually happening is worth attending to, regardless of where it stands relative to some abstract standard. If the life feels genuinely difficult, genuinely wrong, genuinely in need of change, then the statement can feel like an unhelpful invitation to simply accept what should not be accepted. And that is a fair concern. This reflection is not, and has not been, an argument that everything is fine, that the feeling is without substance, that no changes need to be made, that the standard of a good and meaningful life is so relative that any life is as good as any other. It has not been making that argument. The philosophical perspective being offered here is not relativism. Some lives are, genuinely, better than others. Some situations genuinely call for change. Some standards, even if they were inherited from culture, turn out, upon examination, to actually reflect things you care about. Examining a standard does not necessarily lead to rejecting it. Sometimes examination leads to endorsement, to the recognition that this particular marker actually does track something real and important, and that the feeling of being behind it is, in this case, a genuine signal rather than a structural artifact. The inquiry matters. The philosophical work of this evening is not aimed at making you indifferent to your life, or at persuading you that nothing can be meaningfully evaluated. It is aimed at something more specific, at loosening the grip of the feeling long enough for you to look at it clearly, rather than through the distorting lens of urgency and alarm. When the feeling is less urgent, you can ask better questions about it. You can ask whether the standard you are not meeting is one you actually endorse. You can ask whether the gap you are feeling is one that genuinely calls for action, or one that is primarily a feature of the mind's tendency to locate gaps. You can ask whose voice is speaking when the verdict of being behind is delivered. You can ask what, if anything, the feeling is actually pointing toward. Those are useful questions, and they cannot be asked from within the feeling's own urgency. They require a small amount of distance, a slight loosening of the feeling's grip on the present moment, which is what this kind of slow, patient inquiry is for. There is something specific about nighttime that deserves attention here, because the feeling we have been exploring does not arrive with equal intensity at all hours. It has a particular affinity for the hours of darkness, for the time between the end of the day's activity and the beginning of sleep. This is not accidental. During the day, there is the structure of activity, the forward movement of tasks and obligations, and the social presence of other people. These things occupy the mind and provide it with a direction. The mind is pointed outward toward the things that need to be done, toward the conversations and the decisions and the small forward motions of the day. The feeling may be present underneath all of this, but it is not the foreground. It is in the background, waiting. When the day ends, when the activity stops, when the other people have gone or gone to sleep, the mind returns to itself. The distraction has closed, and what it was distracting from is still there, precisely where it was left. The feeling surfaces because the thing that was suppressing it has been removed. It was always there. The day's activity did not resolve it. It only occupied the space above it. This is why the night can feel, to some people, more honest than the day. Not more comfortable, not easier, but more honest. In the silence and the stillness, the things that are actually present in the mind become visible. The vague dissatisfaction that the day successfully covered becomes audible. The feeling of being behind, which was running quietly beneath the activity and the interaction, comes to the surface and announces itself. This can be experienced as the night being harder, as the nighttime mind being a crueler or more critical version of the daytime mind. But another reading is possible, that the night is not harder, but clearer, that the daytime mind is the one that is obscured, occupied with enough noise and forward motion that the deeper ruminations cannot surface, and that the night, by removing that noise, allows something closer to the actual state of the inner life to become present. If that reading has any validity, then the feeling that surfaces in the night is not a distortion. It is a signal. Not, perhaps, the specific signal it claims to be, not the straightforward verdict on your life that it presents itself as, but a signal of something real, of an inquiry the mind has been wanting to make, of a question that has been waiting for quiet, of a relationship between your inner life and the way you have been living that deserves attention. The night, in this reading, is not the place where things go wrong. It is the place where things become visible. And visible things however uncomfortable, are workable in ways that invisible things are not. There is one more angle worth exploring, and it is perhaps the most intimate. Running beneath all of the philosophical frameworks we have explored tonight is a more personal version of this feeling. The feeling of being behind is not just about external markers. It is not just about what you have or have not achieved by conventional standards, or about the comparison to a cohort of contemporaries. It is also, at a deeper level, about the gap between who you actually are and who you imagined you would become. This version of the feeling is perhaps the most difficult to name, because it requires acknowledging something that is uncomfortable to look at directly. Somewhere in the background of your self-understanding is an image of who you are going to be. Not in a grandiose sense, not necessarily a vision of great achievement or obvious exceptionalism, but a quieter image. Someone who had figured certain things out by now. Someone who had found a steadier relationship to their own life. Someone who had resolved certain confusions, arrived at certain clarities, developed certain qualities of character or understanding or ease that the self you actually are does not seem to fully possess. This imagined future self, this person you are going to become, is perhaps the most persistent source of the feeling of being behind. Because this comparison is not with anyone else. It is with yourself. Not as you were, but as you imagined you would become. And the gap between that imagined self and the actual self you are, with your actual confusions and uncertainties and ongoing unresolvedness, is one that no external achievement can close. Because it is not about what you have done. It is about who you are. And this is, perhaps, the core of it. All the other comparisons, with the achievements of others, with the markers of cultural success, with the imagined alternative paths, all of these are, in some sense, expressions of a more fundamental comparison between the person you are and the person you imagined yourself becoming. And that comparison has a particular quality, because the imagined future self was, by definition, someone who no longer felt the way you currently feel. Someone who had moved through this period of confusion and arrived somewhere more settled. Someone who no longer lay awake in the night, feeling behind. Which means that the feeling of being behind is, in part, a feeling of being behind your own imagined resolution, of not yet having become the person who has left this feeling behind. But here is what that framing conceals. The person you imagined becoming was invented by an earlier version of yourself, who knew less than you know now, who had less experience of how lives actually unfold, who was working from a more limited and more idealized sense of what becoming involves. The imagined future self was, in a certain sense, a naive construction, not worthless, not meaningless, but built from materials that were incomplete, built from the assumption that growth moves in a particular direction, toward particular kinds of resolution, toward a particular quality of settled clarity that may not actually be the way that growth feels from the inside. Because from the inside, growth often does not feel like arrival. It often feels like a deepening of complexity, a more nuanced and less simple relationship to questions that once seemed answerable, a richer and less resolved engagement with the actual texture of life. The person who has genuinely grown is often less certain than the person who imagined them, more comfortable with not knowing, more able to hold complexity without needing to resolve it, more present to the actual difficulty of things, rather than protected from that difficulty by the clean imagining of eventual resolution. You may be further along than you imagine, not in the direction you imagined going, but in a direction that is more complicated and more interesting, and ultimately more true to what growth actually looks like than the clean arrival of the imagined future self. The imagined future self was always a simplified version, a projected wish, and the actual self, with its ongoing uncertainty and its unresolved questions and its complicated relationship to its own progress, is more real than that, which is to say, more alive to the actual difficulty of being what it is, which is a thinking, feeling, uncertain, growing, unfinished person in the middle of their actual life. You are lying in the quiet. The room is what it is. The day is finished, and tomorrow is somewhere ahead, and the space between them is this particular moment, this particular quality of stillness. The feeling that you came to this reflection carrying, this quiet, persistent sense of being slightly behind, slightly misaligned, slightly not where you were supposed to be. That feeling has not disappeared. It would be dishonest to suggest it should have. Feelings of this kind do not respond to arguments. They respond to time, and to patience, and to the slow, repeated work of understanding. But perhaps the feeling is slightly different in quality than it was when you began. Perhaps it is held a little more loosely. Perhaps it is felt as something more complex and more interesting than a simple verdict. Perhaps it sits a little less heavily in the chest, not because it has been solved, but because it has been examined, turned over, held up to several different lights. Schopenhauer said, "The wanting does not stop, but understanding the wanting changes its relationship to you. You are not only your wanting, you are also the capacity to observe it." Kierkegaard said, "The weight of possibility is the price of freedom. To feel the weight of alternative lives is to be someone who had genuine alternatives. That is not a small thing." Nietzsche said, "Before you accept the verdict of the standard, ask whose standard it is. The measure that finds you lacking may not be a measure you actually endorse." Seneca said, "The life you are living is not the corridor. It is the thing itself. The moment you are in is not the approach to a future moment of arrival. It is the actual content of the actual life. And underneath all of these, something quieter. The person you are, with your specific confusion and your specific uncertainty and your specific ongoing unresolvedness, is not a lesser version of the person you were supposed to become. It is the person you actually are, which is more complicated and more real and more alive than any imagined future self could be. There is something in the night that knows this, something in the quiet, the stillness, the absence of the day's forward momentum, that has access to a different kind of knowing than the one that measures and compares and finds lacking. Something that simply perceives, without evaluation, the specific quality of this moment, this room, this particular configuration of being alive. That something is not always easy to reach. The measuring mind is faster, louder, more practiced. It has been doing its work for a long time, and it is very good at it. But in the slow, sustained quiet of a night like this one, in the gradual settling of thought toward something more like rest, it becomes possible to sense, at least briefly, a different relationship to where you are. not arrived, not resolved, not finished, but here, genuinely here, in a life that is, however imperfect and however different from what was imagined, actually being lived, with an interior that is, however confused and however uncertain, actually present and aware and still inquiring. That is not nothing. That is, in fact, quite a lot. Consider the possibility that the condition of being unfinished is not a temporary state, a phase to be passed through on the way to the completed version of yourself. Consider that it is, instead, the permanent condition of a life that is genuinely being lived. Every life that is actually being lived is unfinished. Every person who is actually engaged with their own existence is in the middle of it, not at the end of it, not at the resolution of it. The feeling of being in process, of being not yet arrived, of being somewhere in the middle of something that has not resolved, is not a symptom of having fallen behind. It is a symptom of being alive. The completed versions, the finished selves, the lives that have fully arrived. These are not lives that are being lived. They are either lives that have ended or imaginary lives, projections and constructions, not actual ongoing experiences of actual ongoing people. The actual people, the ones who are genuinely engaged with their own existence, who are genuinely inquiring into the questions of how to live and what matters and who they are all, without exception, unfinished. They are all in the middle of something. They are all carrying some version of this feeling. They are all, to some degree, measuring the distance between where they are and where they imagined they would be, and finding the distance real. What distinguishes people is not who has finished and who has not. Nobody has finished. What distinguishes people is the relationship to being unfinished. Whether the unfinished quality of their life is experienced primarily as a failure, as a problem to be solved, as a deficit to be overcome, or whether it is experienced as the natural and permanent condition of a life that is actually happening, with all the richness and difficulty and uncertainty that life actually contains. Neither relationship is chosen in any simple sense. Both are, to some degree, inherited, absorbed, produced by the specific circumstances of a specific life. But they can be examined, and in the examining, they can, at least slightly, shift. You began tonight with a question. Why do you feel like you are falling behind, even when nothing is clearly wrong? It is not a question that has a single answer. It has, as we have explored, several overlapping answers, each offering a different angle on the same experience. The mind is structured toward forward orientation, toward the next thing, toward the gap between what is and what is imagined. That structure produces a persistent sense of not yet, which is felt as falling behind. The awareness of alternative lives, of the many possible versions of yourself that did not become actual, creates a comparison between your actual life and imagined ones. That comparison tends to favor the imagined, which have none of the texture and difficulty of the actual. The standards by which you are measuring yourself were, in many cases, absorbed from culture rather than chosen. They may or may not, upon examination, reflect what you actually care about. Their authority over you is not as solid as it feels. The relationship to time, in which the present is always a corridor toward a future arrival, means that the actual content of the life being lived is never quite inhabited as its own destination. the feeling of being in transit, is always present. And underneath all of this, the gap between the self you are and the self you imagined becoming, a gap that is real, but that may be measuring the wrong things. The actual self, with its ongoing complexity and its unresolved questions, may be further along a more honest path than the imagined self would suggest. None of these answers resolves the feeling, but together they change what the feeling is. They move it from the territory of obvious fact, from simply a report on where you have failed to arrive, to something more interesting, a consequence of the particular kind of consciousness that you carry, a feature of what it is to be human, specifically in this era, in this culture, with this particular mind and this particular life. That shift does not make the feeling comfortable, but it makes it less a verdict and more an inquiry, less a conclusion and more a question worth living with. And that is, perhaps, the best that philosophy can offer. Not resolution, but a different quality of relationship to the unresolved. Not arrival, but a changed experience of being in transit. Not the end of the feeling, but a slight loosening of its grip. Enough, perhaps, to let the night do what nights do, to let the mind relax its measurements and its comparisons and its assessments, and move slowly toward the simpler experience of being here, in this room, in this quiet, in this body, in this life that is actually happening. The question remains. But it is, perhaps, a more interesting question than it was when you began. Why do you feel behind, even when nothing is clearly wrong? Because the mind reaches forward. Because possibility has weight. Because the standards were absorbed before they were examined. Because time feels like a corridor when it does not have to. Because the imagined self was always a simplified version of the actual one. And because being behind, and knowing it, and lying in the quiet with that knowledge, is itself a form of honesty that requires a particular kind of courage. Not the loud, active courage of doing, the quieter courage of remaining with a feeling long enough to understand it. You have done that tonight, and the night will take it from here. The mind, when it has been given something to think about, does not always want to stop thinking. It holds on to the threads, turns them, follows them further. That is, in many ways, the mind doing what minds do, which is to say, the mind doing something genuinely good. But there is also a time for the thinking to soften, not to stop exactly, but to loosen its grip slightly, to let the ideas rest at the edge of attention rather than remaining at its center, to allow the intellectual engagement to give way to something quieter, something that is less thought and more awareness, less activity and more presence. This is not a command. The mind does not respond well to commands. It is more like an invitation. You have been holding this feeling tonight, this sense of being behind, in the company of several different ways of understanding it. Those understandings are not conclusions. They are perspectives. They will continue to be available, in different forms, at different moments, when the feeling returns, as it will return. Philosophy does not resolve the recurring questions of a life. It only makes them more interesting, more workable, more possible to inhabit without being overwhelmed by them. The night has reached a certain depth by now. The room is what it is. The quiet has its own particular quality, different from the quiet of earlier in the evening, softer, slower, with the character of something that is moving toward rest. You are not behind. You are exactly where someone who has lived your specific life, made your specific choices, carried your specific awareness, is at this specific point in time, which is to say, you are here, present, awake to the question, in the middle of something that has not finished, living a life that is genuinely being lived. That is sufficient, not as a consolation, not as a reframe, but as a simple description of what is actually true. The philosophers we have visited tonight, Schopenhauer in his dark clarity, Kierkegaard in his existential precision, Nietzsche in his questioning of inherited value, Seneca in his patient attention to time, none of them resolved this feeling either. They lived with versions of it. They thought about it carefully, wrote about it honestly, contributed their observations to the long conversation that human beings have been having with themselves about the difficulty of being alive. And the conversation continues. Through them, through you, through this particular night, through whatever the next days bring, the feeling will return, but it will return to a mind that has sat with it for a while tonight, that has turned it over and held it at different angles, that has given it a little more texture and a little less authority, and that is different from encountering it fresh and having it feel, again, like an obvious and final verdict. It is not an obvious and final verdict. It is a question, and you are, at least in part, the inquiry into that question, which is, as it happens, a very good thing to be. There is something that rarely gets named when people talk about the feeling of being behind, and it is this. The feeling is not built from large events. It is built from small ones. The large events, the clear failures and obvious wrong turns, are easier to identify and, in a strange way, easier to carry. They have weight, but the weight is proportionate to the thing. You know what you are holding. You can name it. A relationship that ended. A career path that did not unfold. A version of yourself that you invested in and then had to let go of. These things are real, and they are heavy, but they have a kind of integrity, a correspondence between the size of the event and the size of the feeling it produces. The feeling of being behind is built from something smaller, and because of its smallness, harder to account for. It is built from the accumulation of ordinary days, in which nothing obviously went wrong and nothing obviously went right, in which you moved through the hours and arrived at the evening without any clear sense of having made progress toward anything that matters. It is built from the slow drift of weeks that passed, without the thing you were waiting for arriving, without the clarity you were expecting to find, without the forward motion that was supposed to characterize this period of your life. It is built from the quiet weight of time that has been spent and cannot be recovered, not time that was wasted in any dramatic sense, but time that simply passed in the way time does, through the ordinary texture of a life being lived without ceremony. This is worth pausing on, because it identifies something important about the nature of the feeling. It is not primarily retrospective. It is not looking back at particular moments of failure and drawing conclusions from them. It is more like a sediment that has built up through ordinary living, layer by layer, almost imperceptibly, until the accumulated weight of it becomes noticeable. The feeling of being behind is, in many cases, the feeling of looking at the sum of your ordinary days and finding that the sum does not add up to the life you imagined you would be living by now. Not because any particular day was catastrophic, but because the days themselves were so quiet, so undramatic, so ordinary, that the gap between their texture and the texture of the imagined life widened almost without being noticed. This connects to something Seneca was pointing at, though from a slightly different angle. He observed that people tend to treat time as though it exists in unlimited supply, as though the particular day being lived is simply one of an indefinite number of similar days still ahead. And this assumption, which is in some sense necessary for the functioning of a life, because you cannot be fully present to the finitude of each day without being paralyzed by it, this assumption also produces a kind of chronic inattention to the specific day as it is being lived. The day is ordinary. There will be other days. The thing that matters will be attended to when it arrives. And so the day passes without the particular quality of presence that would allow it to feel like its own completed thing, rather than simply another increment in an ongoing transit toward somewhere else. And then, at some point, you look up. You notice the accumulation. You notice that a considerable number of those ordinary transitional days have passed, and that the somewhere else toward which they were all supposedly tending has not arrived. And the feeling that produces is familiar. The quiet, persisting sense that the life being lived and the life that was imagined have not converged in the way they were supposed to. But here is what this understanding adds. The problem is not that the days were wasted. The problem is that they were not inhabited as themselves. They were treated as passages, which means their specific content, the particular quality of a Tuesday afternoon in a given month of a given year, the actual texture of what it was to be alive on that specific day, was not attended to as its own thing. It was only attended to as a means toward something else. And means, by definition, are not ends. They are not the thing itself. They are only the approach to the thing. Seneca was not arguing that you should abandon all orientation toward the future. He was arguing something more specific, that the habit of treating each present moment as primarily a corridor toward a future moment is a habit that quietly empties the life of its actual content, because the content is always now. The future, when it becomes now, will also be now, and if now is always only a passage, then the content of a life is always somewhere else, always just ahead, always not quite yet here. This is a different kind of loss than the loss of particular opportunities. It is the loss of the days themselves, not through dramatic waste, but through a habitual orientation that makes it structurally difficult to experience the present as sufficient, as real, as actually worth inhabiting with the full weight of your attention. The feeling of being behind is partly the accumulated awareness of this loss, not consciously registered in the moment, because in the moment you are busy, you are moving, you are managing the forward motion of a life, but registered eventually, when the motion stops long enough for the awareness to surface, the sense that something has been going by, something specific and irretrievable, and that you have been too occupied with arriving somewhere else to notice it going. This is not a comfortable observation, but it is a clarifying one. The mind keeps the feeling of being behind, but the body holds it, This is worth attending to, because most of the exploration tonight has been conceptual, has moved through ideas and frameworks and the structures of thought. But the feeling is not only in the thought, it is in the body as well, in the specific physical quality of lying in a quiet room, with this particular weight somewhere in the chest, or the stomach, or the throat. A heaviness that is not pain exactly, but is not neutral either. A kind of low-grade tension that persists beneath the level of explicit thought, and that does not resolve when the thinking resolves. You know this quality. It's not dramatic. It does not prevent sleep in the way acute anxiety does. It is more like a background condition, a slight alteration in the baseline quality of being in your own body, a persistent, mild unease that you have grown so accustomed to that you barely notice it until a quiet moment like this one makes it briefly visible. The body carries time differently from the mind. The mind thinks about time. It measures it, divides it into past and future, constructs narratives about it, places events in sequence, draws comparisons and conclusions. But the body does not think about time. The body is in time, which is a different relationship entirely. The body accumulates the years in a way that is not narrative but physical, in the way certain movements have changed, in the way certain kinds of tiredness are different from the tiredness of 10 years ago, in the way the face in the mirror carries the specific quality of the particular number of years that have passed, rather than the face you still half expect to see. The body keeps its own record, and it keeps it honestly, without the narrative adjustments that the mind makes to soften the record or reframe it or cast it in a more favorable light. And part of what the feeling of being behind is made of is this: the body's honest accounting meeting the mind's constructed narrative of where things ought to be. The body knows, in its way, how much time has passed. The mind knows, in its way, how much progress was supposed to have been made in that time. And the gap between what the body's honest record shows and what the mind's imagined timeline expected produces a feeling that is not purely conceptual. It is felt in the body as a form of weight. This is not an argument that the body is more trustworthy than the mind, or that the physical record is more real than the conceptual one. Both are partial. Both are limited. But attending to the body's role in the feeling changes the quality of the inquiry slightly. It grounds it. It reminds you that what you are sitting with is not only an abstraction, not only a philosophical problem to be solved by thinking more clearly. It is also a physical experience, a lived reality, and it deserves to be met with something that addresses the physical as well as the conceptual. What does it mean to meet it physically? It means, perhaps, to notice the specific quality of the body right now, the weight of the limbs, the rhythm of the breath, the way the surface supporting you feels against your back, the temperature of the room. These are not distractions from the inquiry. They are the ground of it. The feeling lives here, in the body, in the specific physical experience of being this person, in this room, at this point in time. And attending to the physical ground of the experience, without trying to fix or interpret what is found there, is itself a form of the same patient attention that the philosophical inquiry has been practicing all evening. The body will release the feeling in its own time and in its own way. not because the philosophical understanding has resolved something, but because the body, given enough quiet and enough stillness, tends toward rest. The tension in the chest is not permanent. The weight is not fixed. It will shift, as bodies do, as the night deepens and the thinking softens, and the particular conditions that intensify the feeling, the end of the day, the silence, the absence of distraction, gradually give way to the different conditions of sleep. This is not a solution, but it is a kind of patience. And patience with the body, with the specific physical reality of carrying this feeling on this particular night, is its own form of care. There is one thing that tends not to be counted in the accounting that produces the feeling of being behind, and it deserves to be named. The simple fact of continuing. Not continuing in any triumphant sense, not persisting through obstacles in a way that is narratively satisfying or obviously admirable, but the ordinary, unremarkable, largely unacknowledged fact of having gotten up on the ordinary days and moved through them, having managed the practical business of a life across the years, without any particular external recognition of the difficulty of that management. Having carried your specific version of this feeling, and the other feelings that come with being alive, through the days and years that brought you to this one. This is not a small thing, even though it tends to be treated as invisible. The cultural frameworks for measuring a life tend to be oriented toward achievement, toward the exceptional, toward what stands out from the background of the ordinary. The markers of success that generate the standard against which the feeling of being behind measures you are almost all markers of distinction, of having risen above some baseline, of having accomplished something that not everyone accomplishes. And so the baseline itself, the simple fact of having sustained a life across the years, of having continued to engage with the questions and the difficulties and the uncertainty of being alive, does not tend to register as an achievement. It is only the background against which achievements are supposed to occur, but it is not nothing. In fact, for many people, in many periods of a life, it is the primary thing that is actually being accomplished. The sustaining of a life through difficult years, the maintenance of some degree of integrity and care in relationships and work, the daily practice of continuing to try to live well even in the absence of clear signs that the trying is working. These are not minor accomplishments. They are, in their way, the substance of a life. They are what a life is made of, underneath and between the moments of obvious achievement. Marcus Aurelius, who governed the Roman Empire during a period of almost continuous crisis, and who wrote about the interior life with extraordinary precision, kept returning to a simple observation in his private notes, that the work of each day is sufficient for that day. Not grand, not exceptional, just sufficient. The doing of what is required with as much care and integrity as can be brought to it in the specific circumstances of the specific day. That was, for him, the actual content of a good life. Not the accumulation of notable achievements, but the daily practice of meeting what arrives with as much of yourself as you can bring. This perspective does not sit easily alongside the feeling of being behind, because the feeling of being behind is oriented precisely toward the accumulation of notable achievements, toward the markers and milestones that are supposed to indicate progress. But it offers something that is worth holding alongside that feeling. The suggestion that what is actually being measured in the quiet internal accounting of a life may not be the most important thing. That the quality of the daily practice, the care with which ordinary life is met, may matter more than the position reached on the external scale of achievement. That is not an argument against ambition, or against the desire to do particular things and reach particular places. It is only the observation that the standard by which the feeling of being behind measures you may be leaving out most of what your life actually contains. And a measure that leaves out most of what it is measuring is not a very accurate measure. There is a particular kind of knowledge that is available only at night, in the specific conditions of quiet and stillness and reduced distraction that nighttime provides. It is not a different kind of reasoning. It is not that the mind thinks more clearly at night than during the day, though for some people, in some respects, something like that is true. It is more that the night, by removing the demands and the forward motion and the social performance of the day, allows certain things to be known that were present all along, but not visible through the noise. The feeling of being behind is one of these things. It was there during the day. It is always there, in some form, in the background. But the day provides enough occupation that it stays in the background. The night removes that occupation, and the feeling comes forward. But other things come forward too. In the same quiet that allows the feeling of being behind to become audible, other kinds of knowing also surface. The awareness of what you actually care about, which is sometimes different from what you pursue during the day. The sense of what genuinely matters in your life, which is sometimes obscured during the day by the urgency of what is immediately in front of you. The recognition of what is actually good in your circumstances, which the busy forward motion of the day tends to pass over without noticing. These things are also available in the night's quiet. They are not louder than the feeling of being behind necessarily, but they are present alongside it, if the attention is willing to rest on them. There is a philosopher in the Stoic tradition, Epictetus, who was born a slave, and who thought about freedom with a particular kind of seriousness that only someone who had experienced its absence could bring. He observed that most of what we spend our lives pursuing falls outside the category of what is actually in our power. External achievements, the recognition of others, the pace of our progress relative to some imagined standard. These are all, in his terms, not up to us. They depend on factors that we do not control, on circumstances and chance, and the decisions of others, and the particular shape that time takes as it moves through a life. And he was not interested in those things, not because they are unimportant, but because the pursuit of them, as though they were the primary measure of a life, tends to produce exactly the experience we have been sitting with tonight, the persistent, unresolvable sense of not having quite arrived. What is actually in our power, in Epictetus's terms, is narrower. It is our judgment, our attention, our orientation toward what happens rather than what happens itself. It is the quality of care we bring to the life we are actually living, as opposed to the life we imagined we would be living. And this narrower domain, which might seem like a consolation prize for people who failed to achieve the broader one, turns out, on examination, to be quite large. The quality of attention brought to an ordinary day is a real thing. The care brought to relationships, to work, to the practice of being the kind of person one wants to be, these are real and substantial. They may not register on the external scale that generates the feeling of being behind, but they constitute, in a very genuine sense, the interior life of a person. And the interior life is not nothing. It is, in many ways, the primary thing. The knight knows this, not by argument, but by the specific quality of what becomes available when the external measures and the forward motion and the social performance have all gone quiet. In that quiet, what tends to surface is not primarily the score on the external scale. What tends to surface is the quality of the interior, the particular texture of this person's experience of being alive, which is, in its way, irreplaceable and specific and real in a way that external achievements rarely are. There is a final distinction worth making, one that the feeling of being behind tends to collapse and that deserves to be carefully separated. There is the slowness that comes from avoidance, from the reluctance to begin things, or to finish them, or to commit to them fully. The slowness that comes from fear, or from the particular paralysis that can settle over a person when the stakes feel too high, when the possibility of failure feels more present than the possibility of success. This slowness is real, and it is worth attending to, because it can produce, over time, a gap between the life lived and the life imagined that is not entirely a structural feature of desire or possibility, but has something to do with choices that were made, or not made, in specific moments. And then there is a different slowness, the slowness that comes from taking things seriously, from not rushing through the stages of a life because the culture says they should be completed by a certain age, from allowing things to develop at the pace they actually develop rather than at the pace that would look best from the outside, from choosing depth over speed, or presence over productivity, or quality of attention over quantity of output. This slowness is not falling behind. It is a different relationship to time, one that the measuring instrument, the feeling of being behind, uses, is not calibrated to detect. These two things, the slowness of avoidance and the slowness of seriousness, can feel almost identical from the inside. Both produce a gap between where you are and where you could have been. Both generate the feeling of having fallen behind some imagined pace. Both show up the same way when measured against the cultural standard of what a life of a certain age and background ought to look like. But they are very different things, and collapsing them, treating all slowness as avoidance, all gaps as failures, all distances from the imagined standard as problems to be solved, is to misread the territory from the map. Part of what a serious intellectual life actually looks like is slow. Part of what genuine depth in relationships looks like is slow. Part of what it takes to understand something well, or to build something carefully, or to become, over time, the kind of person you actually want to be, rather than the kind of person it would be quickest to appear to be, is slow. And the culture that generates the standard against which you are measuring yourself does not tend to reward or even recognize this kind of slowness. It rewards the pace of visible achievement, the efficiency of milestone accumulation, the rate at which markers of success are reached and converted into the next markers of success. But the interior life does not follow that pace, and a life oriented primarily toward the interior, toward the quality of experience and understanding and relationship rather than the accumulation of external markers, will always look, from the outside and from the perspective of the standard, like it is falling behind. Not because it is, but because it is moving through a different territory, at a different pace, according to a different logic. This does not mean that your slowness is necessarily the good kind. It is honest to acknowledge that. Some of it may be avoidance. Some of the gap between where you are and where you might have been may come from hesitation or fear, or the particular paralysis that certain kinds of people are prone to in certain periods of their lives. That is worth looking at, with the same patient honesty that this entire evening has been practicing, not as a verdict, but as an inquiry, not as a conclusion, but as a question. What, specifically, is the nature of this particular slowness? Is it avoidance, or is it seriousness, or is it something of both, and in what proportion? That question does not have an easy answer, but it is a more useful question than the one the feeling of being behind tends to ask, which is simply, why are you so far behind? The feeling collapses everything into a single verdict. The inquiry distinguishes, and distinction is, generally, a sign of more accurate understanding. The slowness of seriousness is not falling behind. It is moving at the pace that serious things actually require. And the feeling that this pace is insufficient, that it does not match the expected rate of visible progress, may say more about the inadequacy of the measuring instrument than about the inadequacy of the life. You are not the first person to lie in the quiet of a room at night with this feeling. This is worth remembering, not as a way of minimizing the feeling's particularity, not as a way of saying that your version of it is simply the same as everyone else's, and therefore unremarkable, but as a way of locating yourself within something larger than this specific night. You are participating in a conversation that has been ongoing for as long as people have been reflective enough to notice the gap between their actual lives and their imagined ones. That is a very long time. The ancients knew this feeling. They wrote about it in terms that are different from the terms available now, shaped by different cultural conditions and different frameworks for understanding what a good life looks like. But underneath those different terms is the same basic shape. The awareness of time passing, the sense of not having arrived, the comparison between the life lived and the life imagined, the particular quality of unease that comes with being a conscious being in the middle of an unfinished life. These are not modern inventions. They are features of the human condition that recur across every period of recorded human thought. Marcus Aurelius felt it. He wrote about it in the notes he kept for himself, notes that were never intended to be published, which makes them unusually honest. He returned again and again to the question of how to live well in the specific circumstances of the present, rather than in the imagined circumstances of some future in which things would be more resolved. He knew the pull of the imagined life. He knew the way the mind reaches forward and measures the distance. And he kept returning, patiently, to the practice of attending to the actual life, the actual day, the actual work, rather than the imagined ones. Montaigne felt it. He spent the latter part of his life sitting in a tower in the French countryside, reading and writing and thinking about what it means to be a human being. And he returned constantly to his own uncertainty, his own inconclusiveness, his own sense of being in the middle of something that had not resolved. His entire project as a writer was, in some sense, an extended meditation on what it means to live without having arrived, to be perpetually in the middle, to carry the unfinished quality of a life as its most honest characteristic, rather than as a deficiency. Chekhov felt it. He wrote about it in his stories, in the specific texture of ordinary Russian life that he rendered with such precision, in the characters who are always, in some sense, waiting for a life that feels more real than the one they are actually living, who sense the gap between the actual and the possible and cannot quite close it. The feeling is old. It is not a problem that your generation invented, or that the particular conditions of contemporary life created from nothing. Those conditions intensify it, shape it, give it specific content and specific cultural forms. But the underlying structure is ancient. It is part of what it has always meant to be a human being, with enough self-awareness to notice the distance between the life you are living and the life you imagined. And that long history is, in a quiet way, company. When you lie in the room tonight with this feeling, you are not alone with it in any final sense. You are in the company of everyone who has ever lain in a quiet room and felt the same basic quality of not yet, of slight misalignment, of gentle but persistent awareness of the gap. That company is not physically present, but it is real. The conversation has been long, and you are a part of it. Your version of this feeling, your specific relationship to this inquiry, your particular night with these particular thoughts, is your contribution to a conversation that began long before you and will continue long after. That is not nothing. That is, in its way, a form of belonging, not to a community of achievement, not to a cohort that has arrived somewhere together, but to the longer, quieter community of people who have taken their own unfinished quality seriously enough to sit with it, to think about it, to hold it in the way it deserves to be held, with patience, with honesty, without rushing toward a resolution that does not exist. Let the thoughts slow now, not by effort, just by allowing. The ideas do not need to be held tightly. They will be there tomorrow, in some form. They have been added to the texture of how you understand this feeling, and that texture remains, even in sleep, even in the forgetting. Understanding, once genuinely arrived at, does not fully disappear. The room is quiet. The day is over. Whatever the day was, it is finished, and what it was cannot be changed, and what tomorrow will be has not yet been determined. And here, in the middle, in the specifically unfinished middle of a life that is actually happening, there is simply this: the quiet, the breath, the gradual softening of attention. You are here. That is enough for tonight.